Oh, they'll bring clippers.
Are we live? Somebody can see it? Yeah, it says live. I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
Okay, so it's live. It's a little tilted. You got it. I was what we do. Let me do it. I got it.
Okay, shalom, shalom. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We are going live from the phone today. So you won't be able to post the scriptures or the reading. That's something of value to you. But those are, the brothers and sisters that watch and are, consider themselves part of our school. If that's something that you appreciate, we could use all the help. Send your arms. We have Cash App. We have Zelle, Wells Fargo. If you don't know where to send it, just contact Priest Kazakian. His number again is 757-300-4047. Once again, 757-300-4047. And that's for those that, consider themselves brothers and sisters. Part of this school that want to get this truth out. Right now, our internet is down, because, the brothers and sisters that here in Virginia, we put it on our backs, but we need the help. So, but again, thank you for your patience. We're going to go to the first reading. First? Yeah. Okay. Let's do the first reading.
There you go.
Yes, sir. Lakat the Khan, Shabbat Shah, Rabban, Ban Yashala.
Lakat the Khan, Shabbat Shah, Rabban, Ban Yashala. What is Rabbi? Barak?
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakathum.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakathah.
God. Oh, this one mine.
So the first reading is going to start at Numbers chapter 30, verses 1. Numbers chapter 30 and 1 and 30, Numbers chapter 30, verses 1 through 31 and 12. Numbers chapter 30 and 1 through Numbers 31 and verse 12.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 1. And Moses spake unto the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded. And if a man vow a vow unto the Lord,
do what?
Vow a vow.
See, I love this because one thing I love about Shabbat class is that the law constantly reminds us that this is not man's work. This is what the Most High requires. And if you stop tapping on yourself, you'll see that you got to stop putting it on man. We do that a lot. Oh, that's what man is. That's what you came up with. No, it's not what we came up with. This was written a long time ago. The Most High is just holding you to the standard. Right? Vows. What's a vow? Somebody get that for me real quick. Somebody get that real quick. Vow. Come on.
A solemn
solemn promise made.
A what?
A solemn promise made
Right.
to the Most High,
A solemn promise made to the Most High. Go ahead.
or by a pagan to his deity.
Oh, wait, say that again?
Or by a pagan to his deity.
Oh, okay, right. Well, we ain't talking about pagans. We talking about the vows that we make to the Most High, right?
I got another definition.
What else you got?
A solemn promise as the vows of unchangeable love and fidelity.
Right. The unchangeable love and fidelity. What you got? No?
I got one.
What you got?
It says, a solemn promise, one by which a person is bound to an act, service, or condition.
There you go. You're bound to an act, service, and condition. We remind y'all, this is not a game. You can't say you're going to do things. You can't say you're going to commit to things and then move around all willy-nilly with it, right? Like, oh, you know what, maybe. Like, you're not going to treat the truth on our watch like you treated school or you treated a date, right? Come on, Israel, yeah, you know, maybe, like, nah, ain't no there, maybe.
Right.
Bro, it's either yay or nay. Right? Then if you say yay, you committed to that. So don't look at us weird when we hold you to the commitment. Now, we don't go about trying to be mean about it, but we're gonna hold you to your standard. You cannot make vows. You can't not make vows and agreements, right? And then not hold to them. So remember that, man. Anything you get involved with the body, you're making a vow to the Most High. You're saying, hey, I want to do that. Right? I want to be part of that. Okay? Yeah.
I have Ecclesiastes 5 and 4.
Well, y'all are on point. These gunners, man. Well, hold on. Let me finish my point. We get this, right?
God.
That this is very important that you got to watch what you say. Yeah. Before we go to Ecclesiastes, go to 12, Matthew 12 and 36.
Matthew chapter 12, verse 36.
Matthew 12 and 36.
Con.
Matthew 12 and 36. Very important subject, y'all.
God.
When you enter the priesthood, sisters, brothers, when you come around, when you make commitments, whatever commitment, whatever vow you make, whatever commitment you make, and you say amen or con, yeah, I'm going to do that. You got to understand, you can't treat this like your T-Mobile bill.
Maybe I pay it.
Yeah, maybe I'll pay it, maybe I won't. That's Esau. You can do that to them, but you can't do that to when it comes to the Most High. Read that, man. We're in Numbers what? 30, right? All right. So read that, Matthew 12:36.
Matthew chapter 12, verse 36. But I say unto you that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give an account thereof in the day of judgment.
Right. Every idle word. Now, what does idle mean? I know we're thinking like what? Lazy. Right? But it goes a little bit deeper, right?
Yeah.
Read that. Idle word. Very important, man. When it comes to vows and agreements. Sisters, you're not going to say you're going to do stuff and turn back on it. You're not going to, no, sir. Oh, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, then you're going to do that. Don't get upset when we hold you to the standard of what your mouth says. Right? What you agreed to do. What you got?
Idle. Webster's 1828.
Okay, Aria, you can't do everything, Aria. This is like, I'm going to read the definition. Bro, stay diligent, but let these other guys do something.
God.
Right? Yeah.
Idle. Webster's 1828. Definition 7. Trifling. Vain.
Right. Every damn trifling word. Every trifling word you say. Go ahead. Every vain word. So what is that? What is the Most High telling us? When it comes to vows, our words are not supposed to be vain. Right? You're not supposed to just throw things out there because you hold men in admiration or you feel like you gotta do it. Don't do it. It's fine. Trust me, I learned over, and this is what I teach all the officers. I learned over the years, it's better for the people that want to do it, and the people that don't, stay in the back. Please. We got brothers that know how to bear the infirmities. Now, we'd rather you step up and you be a man or a woman of your word, but don't commit when you don't know what it is going to partake in. You have to bear the burden of it, right? Because, come on, nowadays, brothers and sisters, do we need anybody playing games? Like, there's majority of us in here, we're serious on doing what we're doing. This isn't like boys club for us. This isn't hangout. Right? This is really us building. I know for me, I've been doing this for a long time. Now, I love Israel, I love my people, but whether you're here or not, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Because I'm scared as hell of the Most High. So, you know, this is not a game. So I know a lot of brothers and sisters come in and you partake in things and you're like, oh yeah, whatever. But it's important to the ones that really care. So, your idle, vain words, hold it. That's why we tell you. What do I tell y'all? Hold on, go think about it. I learned that over the years. When I first came up, it was like, okay, you're in, jump them in. Your Hebrews like, let's do it. And they're looking at you like, you're too damn high. I didn't want all that stuff. Now it's more with patience and wisdom. And I'm saying that because we all have to do that. Because you start moving off that hypeness to a person you meet, a woman you meet, a man you meet. And the scriptures say, prove a friend. Right? So, vain words, trifling words. I don't know how that's in there, but that's the difference. Little trifling ass words, right? Go ahead.
Of no importance.
See, of no importance. You're not really. Oh, what's the no importance? Let's pull a key out of this one. What's of no importance? Let's see if we always talk about this, so this shouldn't be strange. Of no importance. What makes those words not important? I want to see who got it. What?
When you didn't really mean it, when you didn't really want to commit to it.
Right. You're right. I was hoping for a scripture quote. You're right, though. Totally correct. Scripture. What?
James chapter 4, verse.
What did it say? Just say it real quick.
Okay, it's gonna be, what was it? It's actually chapter 1.
No, listen.
Yeah.
Whatsoever you do, do it wholeheartedly unto the Lord. Colossians 3:17, Colossians 3:23.
Okay, yeah.
Colossians 3:17, Colossians 3:23. When they're vain, it's because you're not really saying it wholeheartedly to the Most High. Watch, go there real quick. You can add that to your arsenal, especially with vain words. Right? Go ahead.
Colossians chapter 3, verse 23.
Read 17.
Verse 17.
Go ahead.
And whatsoever ye do,
right,
in the word,
in whatsoever you do in word, right, or does it say in the word? Whatsoever you do in word, go ahead,
or deed,
Or D, go ahead.
Do all in the name of Mashiach Yahushua.
See, that's why you gotta watch what you commit to. Watch when you sign the Hebrew Academy, because when you come around with that nonchalant spirit, we're gonna be like, what? Like, you didn't really know what this is partaking in, did you? Watch it, fall back. That's why we give you 6 months. Sisters, the same thing. Know that this is a life commitment to the monastery. To the ministry. This isn't no, I pop in, I pop two, I pop in when I want to. You're not getting that. Show me where Aaron's sons and everybody was like, yeah, maybe Aaron, he can show up with him. That's not what it is. You're committing to something that the body, first of all, what did Christ say about the ministry? The harvest is what?
Plenteous, labors are few.
Like, think about it. Christ said that himself. So where's the Israelite man brain? We're like, we need help.
God.
So you're making vows and agreements to brothers that are what? Thirsty for help. Now, I know how to curb the thirstiness, because there's been a lot of errors made because you're looking for that help. And that's throwing people in the slot when really they don't know what they're getting into. See, that's what experience has shown me over many years. Like, you're so hyped and you want the help, but this person doesn't know what they're committing to. Then when they get in, what do? They blame it on us. Well, I didn't know that I had to show up all the time. Like a job?
Right.
Like, it's like the truth only teaches that? Like, you get a job and then you show up for it all the time? It seems weird. Like, why does this gotta be weird when it comes to the knowledge of the Most High? But when the white man or school or your mama or family, it's like, I know how to do what I committed to. Please, let's stop the shenanigans. Let's just stop the shenanigans.
God.
Understand that vain, trifling words, you gotta stop it. They're vain when you don't put your heart into it and understand what you're gonna be committing to. Don't hold men, don't do it for height. Don't do it because your hair stand up on your arm. Do it because you know you're doing that work in the spirit of the Messiah and all of our forefathers before. All right, go ahead, read down.
Giving thanks to God.
Giving thanks to the Most High, because we know that that's what this is about. Right, and we got a whole class on the ministry. We're going to do all that too. We're getting this Genesis out of the way. But there's a work. There's a requirement of this job. The Bible even says profession.
God.
Profession. To let you know it's a job as well. Go ahead.
And the Father by him.
And go ahead, read on.
Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husband as it is fit in the Lord.
Go ahead, read on.
Husbands, love your wives, and be not bitter against them.
Right, so look, the work of all the things you're committing to, right? How you have to commit to that, right? That's what this is about. He's starting out with commitment. Husband commitment, wife commitment, right? You can't just abandon that. Truth commitment. Ministry commitment, right? Go ahead.
Children, obey your parents.
Well, look at that. Husbands, wives, children. We're all committed. And whatever you do, you taking out that trash, do it with your whole heart to Yahweh.
God.
You cooking that meal, don't huff and puff to cook the meal. Okay, I guess so. Take your little ass meal and just hold it in the cubby. We don't want that meal. Right? Then the husbands. I gotta deal with you. Nah. You're not gonna give me some whack ass spirit, husbands. You're gonna put your spirit into your wife. Give her the time, right? children, husbands, wives. We got to do it as unto the Lord. That's what it's saying. That's what we committed to. Right? Go ahead.
In all things.
In what?
All things.
Some things.
All things.
What class?
All things.
Remember, Kazaki, this is not Kazaki 1-1. This is the scripture telling us. See, your logic has to change. That's why we look at you like you're crazy. Because I know what the word says. We know what the word says. So, when we hold you to the word, know that it is the word. Hey man, you gotta say, prove it to me, just say it. Well, show me that in the Bible, all right? All right, let's do that and get it out of the way. Right? So you can know its book. Read. Right.
For this is well pleasing.
This is well what?
Pleasing.
Go ahead.
Unto Mashiach Yahweh.
See, it's well pleasing to Yahweh, Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Right? Read on.
Fathers, provoke not your children to anger.
Okay, jump down to verse 23.
Come, verse 23.
Go ahead.
And whatsoever ye do,
right?
Do it wholeheartedly. Do it heartily. As to the Lord.
Right. You see that? So that's what it means not to be vain. So vain words are, it's not heartedly. It's not from the spirit. There's no, so get rid of the fake hype and understand what you're getting involved with. And if you made a vow, do it heartily to the Most High. Go ahead.
And not unto men.
Not unto who?
Unto men.
Husbands, who are you here for? Read it again.
Unto men.
Not unto men. Wives, who are you here for?
Not unto men.
Right. Children, who are you here for?
Not unto men.
Right. We're not here for men. We are working with men, women, and children. We love brothers and sisters, but our conscience is toward the Father. Right? So how does this work? Because people try to overcomplicate it. But I gotta give you the cup of water, not Yahweh. Right. You give a prophet a cup of water, you receive a prophet's reward because that cup of water that you give the prophet is conscience toward the Father, and the Most High honors that. Well, I gave you the cup of water, you didn't blow the trumpet. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I made the sign and you didn't toot my horn. I came out the street speaking and you didn't get, brother, good job. I made that plate. I made my husband the plate and he just ate it and just went on. He didn't tell me it was good or nothing. You don't need a damn trumpet. You don't need a horn. If it's conscious toward the Father. You see that? This is what the Most High is saying. Our vow is not to man. What we're committing to is got nothing to do with man. Conscience has to be towards the Most High. And that's why we get butthurt. Right? We're like, nobody cares about what I'm doing. Oh, I gotta listen to dumbass sayings. Nobody sees what I do. It doesn't matter. Check that off your dumbass saying list. Please, just stop it. Right? You never acknowledge the good I do. You shouldn't need me to. You need the Most High to acknowledge that. We're going to read down too. What? Oh, let's, and then we're going. Go ahead, read on.
Knowing that of the Mashiach Yahushua, ye shall receive the reward.
Wait a minute. Kazaki is going to give you the reward. No. Read it again. Knowing that what?
Knowing that of the Lord.
Right. Yahweh Shai. Go ahead.
Ye shall receive the reward.
Your husband's going to give you the reward. Read it again.
Knowing that of the Lord.
Your daddy is going to give you the reward. We're all going to be all in this line waiting for Yahweh Shai to give us the reward. I don't care if you got 30,000 people in your camp, 2. It doesn't matter. We all going to be in one damn line waiting for Yahweh Shai. I don't care what your rank says, if it's bishop, general, high priest, you are not the King of Kings. Let's get it out of our head, y'all. We're looking for Yahweh Shai.
Con.
Why this is important? Because if not, when you do your vows and you make your agreements and you don't get patted on your back like the Pharisees, then what happens is you get feelings hurt. When you don't get recognized all the time. Now, that's not saying you won't get recognized. What it's saying is that you should not look for that. That should not be a requirement to facilitate the right mind, right spirit, love, dedication, and commitment to the Father. Or when you make those plates and you wash those dishes and you take out the trash, then you get all hurt and broke down because nobody's saying, hey, good job. Y'all see that? So it gotta be to the Most High. Read.
Knowing that of the Lord ye shall receive the reward of the inheritance.
Right, go ahead.
For ye serve the Lord Christ.
There you go. Check that out. So you see why you can't just tell Christ, oh yeah, Yahweh, man, bring me, Yahweh, you gotta like me, Yahweh. I need the truth. You get the truth and then it's what? I'm not inspired. How many of us do that? Man, I prayed for this. Right? You prayed for the truth. You prayed for the knowledge. You prayed for the woman. You prayed for that. You prayed for this. Then when Yahweh gave it to you is what? I'm not inspired. It's trash, man. That's trash mentality. That's weak. That's selfish. Go ahead.
But he that doeth wrong,
right,
shall receive for the wrong which he hath done.
You know why I love this? Well, what about the sister? We're over here doing this and this sister's not doing nothing. Wait a minute. Well then, who art thou that judges another man's servant? Who art thou that judges another? But the Most High hired her. What are you worried about her for? Well, what happens is this. You get caught up into what needs to be done and not understanding everybody don't want to. Everybody ain't going to commit like you. You looking at this the wrong way. I've done it too. I've done that too. To where I'm like, man, we're doing this, we're putting our spirit into it, and this cat is just not inspired. What's going on? Well, he ain't lit. He's not lit. That's not an equation on what you do. Every man shall seek out his own soul salvation. Every woman shall seek out their own soul salvation. So if you see someone not inspired, they're not there yet. Pray for them. You know what I mean? Now, remember, if you're not inspired, you don't get all the amenities. Oh, I want to show up and party with you, have good times with you, do all the things y'all are doing, but I won't put forth my hand to the plow. You don't get all that. Read on.
And there is no respect of persons.
So don't worry about anybody. Y'all see that? Do your works, abide in your labor, commit to what you said you were going to do. Everybody else is, the Most High is going to check checks and balances. Go ahead.
That's it, sir.
That was it?
Yes, sir.
So that's why I love that chapter, because it reminds us, when making agreements and vows, do it to the Father. Y'all see that? Okay, you have one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
1
Peter chapter 3, verse 21.
Go ahead.
The like figure whereunto even baptism doeth also now save us, not the putting on, not the putting away the filth of the flesh,
Right.
but the answer of a good conscience toward God.
Right. So it's not about the outward appearance. It's not about, in this specific scripture, was saying the physical water, the physical washing, but everything we do is about the good conscience. And that's what you always have to check within yourself. Where's your conscience and your attention? Y'all understand this, sisters? Sisters, y'all with me? I know, everybody's soft-spoken. All right. Sisters, do y'all understand? Okay, there you go. That's what I want to hear. You don't understand. Okay, that's what I want to see. I want to get a response for the ones that don't understand so we can go through it. So, what don't you understand about that? Peters. Why you read Peters? How does that correlate to what we're talking about?
Love, like love, the husband loving, like well.
Oh, wait, you're jumping back to Colossians? Okay, all right, so you're going back to Colossians. You want to go back to there. Okay, the husbands loving the wives, how that fits in? Okay, yeah or no? Yeah, okay. So go back to Colossians. Read that.
Colossians chapter 3, verse 17.
Right, so this is how it fits in. Right? Read that.
And whatsoever ye do,
right,
in word or deed,
right,
do all in the name of Messiah.
See, that's how it fits in. It fits in because the husband, was our duty to the wife and our job to the wife, we have to do it in the name of Yahweh Shai. Or else we get caught up into our emotions and not want to deal with our job as a husband to the wife. You get that point? Okay, so that's how that slid in there. Remember, he's establishing the point, what? Whatever we do, then he comes down to, and he names the things that is prevalent to our duties in the ministry. Right? Which is what? Husbands loving your wives, wives loving the husbands, children being obedient to the parents. All those duties that we do has to be towards, there you go, has to be towards the Most High first. Because if not, you let it slip. When it comes to those things, what do we do? What does this got to do with the Bible? Like all the smart ones, the ones that are so-called intelligent, they try to slide their way out like all of a sudden the Bible has no bearing on what we do in life. Right? Trust me, I know all about the slick, intelligent ones, right? Like, what does that got to do with the Bible? What does me making you spaghetti got to do with the Bible now? Everything. Everything. The damn sauce. The sauce got something to do with it. Right? Why? Because everything you do, when you do it with love to the Father, you're doing it in love to your brother. And that's what it's saying. The husbands, going back to the husbands like we went over yesterday, Adam, right? They don't understand that. You call this woman to you. Now you don't want to do the work to clean the woman. So you get frustrated. You get irritated, and you don't want to apply the attributes of the Spirit that you have to apply, which is patience, kindness, long-suffering, gentleness. You need to apply all those things. But what do? You get emotional, the men, get irritated, and do the same thing that she does, which is walk out, right? Go take a drive. I got to go get a beer. You know what I mean? That was me. Is that what you said? I got to go get a beer, right? And if you want to go deep into the tunnel, it's like, no, I'm going to pop this Molly. I'm going to smoke this blunt. Then come back and deal with my household. Yeah. That's not how it's going to be accomplished with the love of the Most High. So, you know why I love that topic? Because you have to put all these elements of the Bible in your mind to facilitate, to do the will of the Father to your family. You see that? And a lot of us don't want to bear witness to that this is the method that we use in every aspect of our life. Right? Because it changes our thought process about things. Carl? Okay, so you see how that fit in there? Right, okay. So we all get that, right? Everybody else gets that? Okay, vows, agreements. Every agreement we make in the Spirit of the Most High, He's going to hold us to that. There was another one. What you had?
Oh, I was gonna say verse 37, continued on your point.
Verse 37, where? What book? What chapter?
Oh, Matthew chapter 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, verse 37. For by the words thou shalt be judged.
Right. For by thy words thou shalt be what?
Be judged.
See, a lot of people don't understand that.
Justified. Oh, justified.
Okay, read it again.
For by thy words thou shalt be justified.
A lot of people don't understand that your own mouth is going to justify you.
Right.
Right? And that's, especially in front of us, because we're going to make what you said. Right? That's why a lot of brothers and sisters go behind doors and try to make it make sense to them to fall out of what they agreed to. But you know what you said. So you have to commit to that. Right? Woe be he that put his hands to the plow and looketh back. You know what I mean? Well, I'm doing something else. Nah, that's not what you said, bro. So you can play games all you want. That's not what you said. Read.
And by the words thou shalt be condemned.
And by what?
And by words thou shalt be condemned.
We got to watch what we say. You got to watch what you mutter. You got to watch what you say in your head. Because a lot of times, like the scripture says, that is going to come back around to you.
Yeah.
Right? You say about people, you say about a sister, right? You say about brothers. It's going to come back down to you, around to you. You better be ready to deal with the repercussions, either being justified or condemned in what you said. And ultimately, the scripture is showing us what? Yahweh is going to prove us and show us.
Con.
You said this, right? Like the Most High doesn't play with vows and commitments. What else? Is that it?
That was it.
Okay, go to Ecclesiastes. Where was it? Ecclesiastes 5.
Con. Ecclesiastes.
No. Go ahead, let him read it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
When thou vowest a vow to God,
Right?
defer not to pay.
When you vow a vow to the Most High, you're good with that. We're good with Colossians. When you vow a vow to the Most High, defer not to pay it. Well, that's to the Most High. Okay, here we go with the games. Here we go with the game. Well, that's you're not the Most High. Like, are y'all not getting this? Let's go there. Hold that. Let's go there. Go to Matthew's 20. What is it? 24. You done this to the least of my servant? It's Let's not play games here, y'all. Like, the Most High isn't here on earth for you to commit to something in the sanctuary. He's like, y'all know what this is, right? But we got to do this. We got to do this because there's a manipulative game that blacks and Hispanics like to play. Well, I didn't say it to the Most High. I said it to you, Kind. Chalk that off your list. To-do list. Read.
Matthew chapter 25 and verse 40.
Okay, go ahead.
And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren,
go ahead.
Ye have done it unto me.
There you go. So your vows that you're saying is in conscience toward the Most High, but is acted out among the body. Your brothers, your sisters. Okay? I know it seems simple, but prove it out. Right? You know what I mean? I know it seems simple, but how many times have you heard that? Like it ain't you're not the Most High. Yeah, it's like to do dumb lists. Right? The list of dumb things to say that you manipulate within yourself so you won't have to be committed on any level. I told you I got the whole book. Got a whole book of the dumbass sayings.
God.
Yeah, what's up, Mike? Go ahead, what's up, Mike?
Oh, no, I come back. This guy.
And you know why it's funny? Because y'all know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's a lot of those scenarios.
It's many of those scenarios that, like, you're trying to get out of what you said and what you committed to. You don't do that. Here, let me help you out here. You know what? Let me think about that. Let me process that. That way I don't speak before I commit. Now, add that to your vocabulary. You know what? Hold on. Before I jump into this, let me make sure, because that way when I don't commit, I don't go back on it. Right? That's what should be said. Yeah, give me, and then you know what? Cool, I appreciate that. The water for saying that. The water sister for saying that. Because we be hyped. Woo! You ready? You ready to dive in? That's how we be in the spirit. So we gotta be conscious and aware of that you can't move off of somebody else's hypeness. You gotta move off of the sincerity and conscience toward the Most High that is within you. So what does it say? Defer not to pay. Go ahead.
For he has no pleasure in fools.
You see that? It's straight folly, y'all. It's straight folly. It's foolishness. So let's be conscious of that. Be aware of that. Go ahead.
Pay that which thou hast vowed.
Pay that which thou hast vowed. You see that? Pay that which you vowed. Now, the Bible even goes into agreements with brothers, vows to brothers and sisters. Pay what you vow. Right? If you say you're going to do that, then do that. If you can't do it on the time you said you're going to do it, then at least have the audacity. Hey, Shalom, I know I was going to get you, I told you I was going to get you this back on this date, but something happened, I'm not going to be able to do that. At least communicate. Have some integrity. You know what I mean? To communicate and be like, no, I'm not. Then there can be understanding. Yeah. Right? This is what we don't have as Black and Hispanic communities. We don't have that communication, that transparency. You want to just disappear. Because you can't do it. Right? Because you said, it's like, damn, why didn't you just tell me you didn't have it? Or you needed more time. Yeah. Right? And we know I'm good for forgetting. I got a bad memory. But that's why I try to do it right then and there. Right? Right. So know yourself too. If you got a bad memory like me, I'm like, bro, I tell brothers all the time, oh, let me let them know right now because I'll forget. Yeah. There's so much going on. So know yourself that, you know, how you're going to make yourself look. Because you make yourself look bad. Right. A person that don't hold to their word. Right? Don't get mad when we start looking at you as a woman that don't hold to their word. Like, you started it. You're known by your actions. Y'all get that? This is very important, y'all, especially when coming to the Most High. A lot of people don't think. Remember, coming from the world, who gives a damn? No one. Who gives a damn in the world? You say pink man, black man, wins class? You said it's win? Oh, tomorrow, what time? Like, you gonna go through all of that. You said it's at what? Okay, let me see. Oh, yeah, because I gotta. They'll go through their phone. They'll put it on their calendar. Yeah, man. Oh, you know what? I'm going to show up. You did all of that just to, oh, I couldn't do it because you didn't give a damn. You were just running, saying things. Like, we didn't learn this in the world. How to be a person, a man of your word, a woman of your word. Your word's supposed to be your bond. So, remember that. Finish it.
Better it is that thou shouldest not vow.
Better it is for you not to have committed. Go ahead.
Than that thou shouldest vow and not pay.
You see? Then you vow and not pay. Go ahead.
Verse 6. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy
Suffer not your mouth to be open to say things that is going to cause you to sin. Go ahead.
Neither say thou before the angel.
Why? Because it tells you that the angels, they what? Writing everything down. And it says in the end, the books are going to be laid open. What books? The records in the book of life. The books are going to be laid open. Every idle word that you said, every wicked thought, every wicked thing we did, and we continued in it, there's a diary. You want to write a diary? The Most High, the angels got it. Right? Go ahead.
That it was an error.
That it was a what?
Error.
Yeah, don't speak as a fool. Oh, it was an error. You got to think about it before you say it. Go ahead.
Wherefore should God be angry at thy voice?
You check that out. How many of us want the Most High angry at your voice?
Wow.
See, then that gets into when you start facing the east and making promises. You know how people do that, right? Oh man, if you just get me out of this last thing, Yahweh. This last thing, I'll do anything. I'm a change. I'm a change, Yahweh. It's gonna, and then you go right back to the mire. Oh, you think the Most High is a fool? You playing with fire, man. Yeah, you playing with fire. Don't do that. You better just show through actions. Go ahead.
And destroy the work of thy hand.
What did it say he would do?
And destroy the work of thine hand.
You can add that to the list of why are the works of my hands being destroyed. What am I doing wrong? Am I saying things and not holding to them? And now when it comes to my works, the Most High won't bless them. My mind, my spirit, my house, my family. Right? You gotta, those are the keys. You see that? Checklist, so you can check yourself and say, damn, okay, now I see what's going on. All right, jump back. Numbers 30. Y'all can read the rest of that. Numbers 30.
Numbers 30 and verse 2.
If
a man vow a vow unto the Lord, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceedeth out of his mouth. If a woman also vow a vow unto the Lord, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house.
So this is in her father's house. Go ahead.
In her youth.
She's young. She's still a daughter, right? She makes a vow. Go ahead.
And her father hear her vow. And her bond, wherewith she hath bound her soul. And her father shall hold his peace with her.
So he doesn't say anything. He hears this in the house. She makes a vow to the Most High, and he doesn't say anything. Go ahead.
Then all her vows shall stand.
Right, meaning what? What she said, she has to do. Go ahead.
And every bond wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand.
Right.
So, this question on there.
Yeah.
So the daughter is telling her bond to him. Because it's not like he heard it through the wall.
But, yeah, because that's what it's saying. Yeah, she obviously had to voice it to where he heard this.
Right.
Yeah.
So it ain't like he heard it through the wall, and like if say like he didn't hear it right away, and she tell him like the next day, oh, this is what I did.
If he heard it,
Yeah.
if he heard it, his judgment,
Yeah.
right? And how he goes about it, whether he does not speak on it and says, and lets it stand,
Right.
or which is going to go on and tell us that he can disannul that vow.
Right.
Right? Okay. So when, it doesn't matter when he heard it.
Whenever he hears it.
That's what it says. Right?
So it's not, I'm saying like, it's not exactly in the moment that she made it.
No. Whenever it says he heard it. right? So that means when he heard it, right? So he might not have heard it at the same time. He might have heard it some other time. Oh, wait a minute. What you vowed that? Wait a minute. I already know you can't keep that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I already know you can't keep that. That's a lie. Why'd you do that with no counsel? See, so what this is about is what? This is about the daughter, the wife, and the husband counseling on these decisions and agreements. You weren't just going to do an agreement and a vow and these things and not do things through counsel. This shows you the family was set up in that order to relieve each other of the embarrassment. You see that? See, that's why it says, let's go there real quick. Read on why we go there. Read on so we can get this little point, and then I'm going to go to the scripture. Go ahead.
It says, then all her vows shall stand.
Right.
And every bond wherewith she hath bond her soul shall stand.
Right.
Verse 5.
Uh-huh.
But if her father disallow her,
right,
in the day that he heareth, not any of her vows or of her bonds wherewith she hath bond her soul,
right,
shall stand.
Right. You see that? So he can disannul the vow. Why? Why can he disannul the vow? Because, go ahead.
Is she a child? Is that why he's like held accountable?
She's in the house. She's in the house, so it didn't say the age. She's still under the father's house, right? So you're in the house. What happens when you're in the house and you're a family? I know it's weird. Let's think about the subject. Let's think about we're in the house. We're all in the same house. What is going on in this house that a father would know what is good for the daughter and what not? What is going on in this house? The C word. What?
Communication, huh?
I love you, huh? Communication, exactly. Communication. They were communicating. So, let's go, go to 1 Thessalonians. What is it? 5 and, let's go to 1 Thessalonians. Check this out. Israel, 5 and 12. Go to 1 Thessalonians 5 and 12.
1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 12.
Go ahead.
And we beseech you, brother.
Right.
That you, and we beseech you, brother, to know them which labor among you and are over you in the Lord.
Right. So, what happens when you are laboring with someone? You will get to know them. So, if I'm in the house with my daughter and my son, like I am, right? I got my kids in the house, the teenager, it doesn't matter. I got a daughter in the house, she's 19, I think 18 or 19? 19. Right? She's still in the house. It doesn't matter. I got another daughter, she's 17, 16, right? She's in the house. Right? What happens when we're in the house? Communication. So I'll know if Quadashaya makes an agreement that there is something that she's not going to hold to. Right? So now I can say, I can remind her, hold on a second, I know you. You're not going to be able to do this. You understand that? So this is how it can be disannulled. Remember, we're not Americanos. We're not the ones that she go to her room, he go to his room, and y'all talk once a month. Let me live my life and you live your life, Dad.
Let me live my life. Words.
All that American division,
Right.
separation, the decay of the family.
Right.
This is why Americans as a family have no family no more. They got no more family. This is why the daughter is being raised as a lesbian by YouTube and Netflix, by her friends, and she doesn't communicate with nobody but her lesbian friend, YouTube, Netflix, somebody online, and then you're like, what's up with you? Nothing. You won't understand me anyway.
What?
Right? Yeah, we don't. That is not what we are supposed to be doing. We build a communication and a relationship with our household. Know them that labor among you. So now if I know my daughters that labor among me, whether my rib is communicating with me or the daughter, we know what is best for the house. So she makes a vow, she makes an agreement, right? And it's not feasible, she's not going to hold to it. I can speak to that. And I can say, no, you're not going to keep that vow. Why? Well, why do you say that? Let me show you. And you go through the list of things. Y'all get that? What? What's up?
It's one thing that you mentioned earlier.
Hold on, is it a scripture? Hold on, y'all insert scriptures like, let me finish this point. Yeah, I don't got no problem with the insertion, but give me a second, and then we finish this point, and we'll come back. You had an raised. What?
I was going to make a statement.
What's the statement?
On what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
The other thing that the husband that the father understands about the daughter is that she already committed herself to something. And so she committed to something else. She's not going to give attention to that because she's already committed herself to something.
There you go. Right? Now, you're done with that. Let's go to, you got one. You said what? What is it on?
It's on the point you mentioned
Let's
earlier.
bring it in.
All right, so it's just like how you said, it's the point you mentioned earlier when the angels are writing everything. See, a lot of us don't know this. You just it mentioned in Ecclesiastes 5:4, it says, suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin. And I got Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 1. It says, the sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron and with the point of a diamond. So you understand, if you make this vow, you got to understand that the angels are writing this down. And we don't take into consideration that the Most High is going to bring this to your attention.
True. Absolutely. He's writing it all down. That's perfect. Add that to your notes. Okay, let me stick on this train of thought. How do we know, right, what is feasible and what's not feasible so you can disannul that vow? Remember, you can't think with an Americano mind state. You have to think with an Israelite mind, a Hebrew culture. All right, because I know the first thing that comes to pass. What's the first thing when you hear this? The husband and the father disannulling the vow of the daughter of the wife. What's the first thing that comes to pass? Not you, black man. Not none of y'all angry, bearded black people. Right? What's the first thing? I already know what you're going to say. What's the first thing that they say? I don't want to. What are they going to say? Go ahead. What are they going to say?
Oh, they're going to say you trying to control me.
Right, you're trying to control me. What else? What are they going to say?
I say this all the time. It's the patriarchy. Patriarchy, they evil. Men want to control us.
Right. Men want to control us. Women don't got no respect. You're thinking like a damn white woman. You're thinking like Becky with the stringy hair. That's what you're thinking like. So when you look at this, you can't look at it as it's all about shackles. No, it's all about unity. It's all about togetherness. Black power! Huh? Family empowerment! I don't understand why we don't get hype over that. Because all you're seeing is it from a negative American mind state, he could get to control me. It's not about control, it's about unity. It's about unity of the house, right? God, Christ, man, woman, children. So I can now speak to my daughter's agreement when she's making and saying things she can't hold to. So in essence, I got her back. Nah, you're not gonna hold to that. You don't gotta be Mr. Walking around tyrant. No, thus saith the Lord. Right? Why not? Because I'm the God of the house. It don't have to be like that. It can be, well, I wanted to do this, that, that's not a good idea. Let me explain why. Pop, 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 and you give your judgment. Right? The scripture says, go to Ecclesiastes 5. Do nothing without advice. I think it's 5. No, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm nearly mortal. Merely mortal. I thought it was 5. It's Ecclesiastes. Yeah. Oh no, I'm wrong. 32 and 19. Sorry, 32 and 19.
Ecclesiastes chapter 32, verse 19.
Go ahead.
Do nothing without advice.
Do nothing without what?
Without advice.
See? So this is not applicable. Who is this applicable to? The man only? The women only? The children only? No. The Israelite brother, sister, nation. So when we're in the house, we know each other. We know what's going on. The mother and the father is speaking and knowing, wait a minute, you didn't do this with advice. You made this agreement and you're not going to keep to it. Y'all see that? So now we can insert ourselves and say, nah, we're going to this and all that. You're not going to keep to that. Y'all see where this is coming from? Okay. Do nothing without advice. Go ahead.
And when thou hast done, when thou hast once done,
right?
Repent not.
See, we're trying to avoid that. To where you do something, you say something, and then you don't hold to it. Then you gotta go what? Repent. Yahweh, I'm sorry I messed up. Well, if you do it with advice, we could say and give you the judgment and the insight. Y'all see that? So that's what this is about. It's not about just control. Yes, control is an ideal within this. But if you look at it through a pure eye, it's not about control. It's about doing and making the right moves and not letting you fall into a ditch. Listen, that's the whole house. Let me show y'all something. If I'm doing something in my house, majority of the times, at least 90% of the time, I'm asking my ribs. What do y'all think? Let's do whoopie-whoop. Let's do this for the house. And they do the same thing. Right? Now, I do have to admit, it took a while to get there. Because as I met them, they were in Americano mode, so I didn't give them none of that power until they respected the power. Right? Because if they don't respect it, then they're going to challenge everything you say. So before that happened, it was a lot of me, nah, y'all going to do it like this. So they can understand my judgment, the way I'm doing things. Yeah. Then they can follow that along. So they know they didn't just get that power. But now we're at this point in our house that they can respect my decision making, that when I leave out of town, they're not going to switch things around and do things way different than me. And I know that we all counsel among each other in the house for house situations. See, but you can't do that to a disgruntled, out of order, I don't respect your judgment, I'm not going to do it your way woman. You can't do that. You can't do it with a worldly woman because all she's going to do is usurp authority. But with a righteous sister, you can do that. I do it all the time. What do you think about this? Right? Only time I get upset is when they're not still trying to learn what I'm showing them. Y'all see that? I mean, hopefully that makes sense. Right? So, look at it like this. We're covering each other's back. We're covering the husband, the wife, the children's back. What's that about?
I had a precept.
Are y'all listening though? I get it, y'all. I get it. Y'all got precepts. But I want y'all to pay attention to this so we can understand. Okay, you got a precept too?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold your precept. Yeah.
This is the same as building the hedge around the family.
There you go. This is the hedge building around the family. It's not dang about usurping authority and always about King Dingling. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm a macho man. Right? You know what I mean? And I want you put your headpiece and your girdle on, butt naked, and walk around the house because you're macho man. It's not about that all the time. You know why it's demonized? It's demonized to degrade the unity. It's to keep the household divided. It's not all about power or power trip. What about Jesus' love? What about the love of Yahweh Shai? What about unity? What about looking out for our children and being real fathers and mothers? So that's what this is about. Y'all see that? So better decisions can be made when we do things through advice and counsel. What do you have, huh?
There's safety and multitude of counsel.
Go ahead, get it.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 14.
Add this to this point because the point is just not about the authority. It is about way more. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 14. Where no counsel is, the people fall.
See? So if you're doing things through advice and you're doing things through counsel, your daughter, your wife, your son won't fall to what? Making an agreement that they cannot keep to. And we know it's done all the time as kids. Right? I can tell you a list of things that my kids said they wanted to do, did it for a little bit, and try to abandon ship on their duty. Okay, so this should be weird. All right, go ahead.
But in the multitude of counselors, there is safety.
There's a multitude of counselors, there is safety. That was where?
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 14.
All right, so y'all see that, right? What you got?
I have specifically 2 verses, but I can just bring out one at each time.
What is the verse relating to, so they can know it correlates with what point?
Okay, the first one is counsel, so it talks about without counsel.
Okay, go ahead, get it.
Proverbs chapter 15, verse 22.
Go ahead.
Without counsel, purposes are disappointed.
So y'all are killing it with these, because if we're doing through advice and you don't do it through counsel in the house, purposes are disappointed. Like all you have to do, for instance, Shariah's taking over the Chosen Creations thing, and I keep telling her certain little nicks and crannies that she got to do, and when she forgets, right, it messes up. I said, oh yeah. I said, did you move the wood this morning? I said, whatever you did, it messed up. The laser went through the whole thing and tore it all up. She said, well, I did what you said. I said, what did you do? She said, well, we moved the wood. I was like, you can't move the wood. I didn't say that. See? Multitude of counsel. Details. I'm teaching her on how to pay attention to the detail. So now I'm training her as mom took her at a certain stage. Now she's in my hands. Now I'm going to be teaching her other life details to sharpen her mind, her spirit. There's nothing wrong with that. It's called raising your children, y'all. You know what I mean? We think, man, letting them go be whores and smoke blunts and have sex with everybody and becoming bisexual, that's freedom. Right? And they push this on every damn series. oh, I'm not trying to control her. Every Marvel series is all about are you going to let her be a woman on her own, or every series. And I'm like, damn, what happened to being a father? And how did he say so? Right? Yeah. The daughter and I'm just saying this because I jumped from one series to another, and it's on the WB, and Superman, she smacked her daughter for saying, I know my dad cheated on you. So she smacked her. What did they put in that moment? Oh, she was wrong for smacking the hell out of her. Right? And she went to go apologize to her. I should have never done that. Hell yeah, you should have. The hell's your problem? What happened to beat your kids? Yeah, like, she didn't beat blood out of her. Nobody's saying do that. But she smacked her, and what happens when you get smacked? You die? She smacked her, now it's like, oh, you know what? I shouldn't have done that. Then the father was like, we're going to go talk about this, and you're going to sit down. This is the narrative they're teaching us. And when we do that, have no control over our kids, they get shot in the streets. Who did they blame it on? Us. It's a psychological game that they play on us to murder our children, and then look at us and like, well, why are they smoking blunts and being whores and getting shot up 20 at a damn black party? Right. That's your fault. Right. You didn't know they was over there popping mollies and having sex with everybody? No, because you keep telling me what? Let them be free. Let them make their own decisions. Let them make their own choices. Let them do their thing and grow up in life. If you walk around in that Becky spirit, you're going to be dumb as hell as them. You got to know the psychological gameplay they play on us, y'all. Yeah. So this is about protecting our community, our wives, our children, our family structure. It's not about just control. We got to see that. Yeah, what's up? Go ahead.
And then just as a parent, what it does also is it prevents them from taking on
talk a little louder.
It prevents them from taking on this quitting mentality.
Right.
Because if you see that your child is making a vow for something that you know they're not going to follow through, right? Instead of them just, okay, it's not something I can do when I quit, and they pick up something else and continue that same process, right? And now it becomes easy for them to quit in life. No, you'll say, well, like the scriptures say, reason before every enterprise, right? Did you even understand what it is you're getting into?
What you're going to take on.
Yeah, come on.
You're not going to take this on and quit.
Right.
No more of that.
Come on.
Right? Read where you at again, huh?
Come on. Proverbs chapter 15, verse 22.
Go ahead.
Without counsel, purposes are disappointed.
See? So that's what the scripture teaches. It's not about, I just want to be over the woman. Or harp over my children or rule the house. Right. It's about love. Come on. I want to protect my kids. I want to protect my family. I want to teach my kids that if we do things through knowledge and wisdom and understanding, your life can be better. Come? Okay. Was that it?
I got one more.
Go ahead.
Come. Okay. Proverbs chapter 27, verse 12.
Go ahead.
A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on.
Boom. Woo. Woo. So we're teaching our children how to be prudent and wise. So this is where the part where, yes, the husband can come in, the father can come in and say, hey, nah, you're not going to be able to follow through with this vow. So we get that, right? Do we? All right, let's jump back. Let's jump back.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 5. But if her father disallow her in the day that he heareth, not in any of her vows or of her bonds wherewith she bond of her soul shall stand, and the Lord shall forgive her because her father disallowed her. And
you don't know what that means, right? She made the vow. The Most High is like, okay, you made that vow without counsel.
Yeah.
So when the Father disannuls it, the Most High is not going to hold that to her. What is bound in heaven is bound on earth, right? The Father is what? Saying, nah, that's not wisdom. The Most High is not going to hold you to that. Go ahead.
Verse 6. And if she had at all an husband, when she vowed, or uttered out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vow shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of none effect. And the Lord shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her.
Right. So what is it saying? That you don't have nobody there. Right? So watch, you're going to be, you don't have that backup. Right? What's one of my favorite scriptures that goes right with this? One of my favorite scriptures when it comes to family, community, having someone there. Give it away. What is it?
Con.
What?
Proverbs chapter 27 and 17.
No. Ecclesiastes 4:9. Mom, I want to get that. Ecclesiastes 4:9. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes 4 and verse 9.
Oh, you gotta have to read loud though. Come on.
God, two are better than one.
What?
Two are better than one.
See? That's what this is about. Why are you trying to make it always some negative? Two are better than one. I could be my brother's keeper. I'm my wife's keeper. I'm my husband's keeper. I'm my daughter's son's keeper. Two are better than one. A multitude of counsel. Read.
Because they have a good reward for their labor.
See? Because our work, what we're doing as a family. These ain't the only one that knows that. It's a family. Go ahead.
For if they fall, the one will lift him up his fellow.
Right. If they fall, the one will be there. What do I tell my ribs? My family, my kids? I tell them what? We're what? Team. We're a team. It's okay that I'm the coach, but we're still a team. Right? So that's how we got to look at it. Once you get into, oh, you're this, you're controlling it, like, bro, we're a team. Chill with all that. We're together. So, yes, you respect the coach, but the coach respects the players. We all respect each other in their order, right? Okay. Why gotta be something else? Because ego comes into play. Because pride comes into play. Because Becky, whether male or female, comes in your mind and you start acting like a white woman with blonde hair. Stop acting like the damn white people and understand that we need community. We need unity. Y'all see this? And guess what? I got your back, baby.
Right.
Baby, I got your back. Do you got my back? Yes. Then we got the kids' back. Right? Go ahead.
But woe to him that is alone.
But woe, meaning destruction to what?
But woe to him that is alone when he falleth.
See? But destruction to him that is alone when he falls. Who got his back? Right? That's why when you go into that alone mind state, you got that, you go and counsel with yourself alone. It's most likely destructive because two are better than one. A multitude of counsel their safety. I'm going to say it all the time. Christ said go out and what? 2 to 3. He didn't say, brother, go dolo for solo from state to state. He didn't say go dolo. Pull up, grab a sign. Yahweh's in you like everybody else. Bruh, that's niggerism. He said go out 2s and 3s. Because somebody's going to hold you accountable. Right. Yeah, maybe when we go out, you pull up your pants this time. Right? Yeah, maybe when we go out, our shirts don't be dirty as hell because we're priests of the Most High. Let's hold each other accountable. Right? Yeah. You see that? Right. Maybe you don't provoke them and we don't get into fight no more. Right? Holding each other accountable. Go ahead.
For he hath not another to help him up.
For he what?
For he hath not another to help him up.
You see that? For he hath not another to help him up. And so what is this about? What class? What's the word? Family. Teamwork. We're a unit. Right? Now, because we're a team, does that mean the kids get to yell at mom and tell mom what to do? Okay, does that mean the woman gets to yell at the man? Okay, and in return, the man shouldn't have to yell at any of them. Only time I get loud is when you trying to talk over me. Well, why are you getting loud? Because I'm talking to you in a nice tone and you're not getting it. So now I got to raise my voice a little bit. But otherwise, it shouldn't be none of that. If you fall in suit with the order that the Most High set up. The only time a person should have to pour rank is for who? All you soldiers. When's the only time you pour rank? You know? When's the only time you pour rank? Never. You ain't never had to pour rank. When's the only time you pour rank? For the disorderly. You don't have to walk around and say, oh, shalom. Oh, the man in the house is coming in. Shalom, shalom. And then everybody walks and says, yes, my Lord. They don't have to do that. I'm just showing you how ridiculous your thoughts are when it comes to order and discipline. It should be a natural thing. And the only time when that is addressed, that you're out of order, when it's not natural. The kids are disrespecting the mom. What has to happen? They got to be put back in order, right? This is how I look at it. That's what the scriptures say. We don't have to be lions. All we have to do is establish the gospel and righteousness. Okay. All right. Let's jump back. Y'all can read. Y'all can add that Ecclesiastes. Go ahead. You're at verse 9. Yeah, but the widow.
Verse 9. But every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vow in her husband's house, or bond her soul by a bond with an oath, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bond her soul shall stand. But if her husband have utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her husband have made them void.
Right.
And the Lord shall forgive her.
And the Lord shall forgive her. So y'all see that, right? That makes sense? I think we touched on this with many of scriptures and expounded enough to get the edification and make it clear on what this is talking about. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 13.
What? Yeah, he's going to... Go ahead, read on.
Verse 13.
Every
vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul,
right,
her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void.
Right, and to afflict the soul. Now, I like this. Because why? What happens why are you usually afflicting the soul? What? Oh, okay, let me reword that. What is it to afflict the soul? Let's get that out of the way. What?
Fasting.
You're like fasting, right? Now, when you get into this deep fasting and prayer, why are you usually there?
Either to remove a spirit or to gain something from the Most High.
Right, to remove spirits, right? There's something going on with you to where you gotta tap in deep to the Most High, right? A lot of times, if you communicate about those problems, you get better help. Right? So a lot of times when people are in this hurt status, they do things without thinking. And what's the point of making these vows? That you know you don't break them. So, yes, a husband can come in and tell his wife, like, don't do that. Nah, sis, don't do that. Nah, baby, don't do that. Nah. That's not something you want to do. Why? Because in these situations, she's hurt, she's broke down, right? Above all, she should respect his counsel to say, nah, this is not a good way for you to go about this. So I can see why he can come in and disannul that vow. You see that? I can see that. Because usually in these points, the person is in a detriment situation to where their mind needs counsel and someone to talk to. So it ain't you made a vow to the Lord to be increasing the spirit of the Most High, and then the husband's going to come in. Why would the husband come in and say, well, what are you vowing for? Well, I want to increase in the spirit. I need to gain faith. No! No faith for you. Shalom. That's what this is not about. Come on. Y'all looking at this. It can't be about that. Because it would disannul righteousness. So what would he come in and disannul? He's going to disannul these vows that is made through emotions. Right? You know what? I'm going on a fast. What's up? I'm going on a 360-day sex fast. What happened? No, I'm fed up. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that. But you see how those vows, and I know I went to the extreme. Nobody's doing 360 days, but y'all get the point, right? That they come in through emotions, making these agreements, then the husband could come in and say, no, that ain't with wisdom. I'm disannulling that vow. Right? Okay, is this clear?
Clear.
All right, so y'all got to go through the other precepts to see what the Most High is coming from, or is this about a tyrant? Is Numbers 30 about being a tyrant? No, but how many people will use this to paint that narrative? A lot of people, y'all. See, women don't got no control. See, women are second-class citizens. See, women, no. This is about unity and getting your wife, your children, your families back. Y'all get that? And most of all, this has to be a man with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. This ain't talking about some random schmo off the block that he's not gonna, that's not even abiding in the commandments. Y'all get this? All right, go ahead. Man.
Verse 14. But if her husband altogether hold his peace at her from day to day,
right?
Then he establishes all her vows or all her bonds which are upon her. He confirmeth them,
right?
Because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them.
Right. And why would you hold your peace? Because what she's saying is true. That's a good thought. Babe, I got your back. Whatever you need, when you do the vow, when you do this, I'm with you. I got your back. Only time we will come in is two, because it's something that you can't hold to, or something that is against what the family, the house, the relationship is going to affect them negatively. Y'all see that? Okay, read.
But if he shall in any ways make them void, after that he have heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity.
Mm-hmm.
These are the statutes.
Meaning what? Meaning that you heard them, you as well. See, we almost missed that part. What? What part did we almost miss? But we did. That you see how what you agree to will affect the household. Right? You can't think as an individual no more. He said he will bear her iniquity, meaning what? You agreed to the vow, so guess what? You got to support that. And you both are committed to that, right? So, no, it's just not about, see, I'm an individual, what do you got to do with, so I can't do a vow without you saying something? Oh, see, all that is to, all that is to cover up what? To destroy what? The unity, the love. No, you can't do a vow, but the vow you're trying to make is not feasible and with wisdom. Right? We supposed to be sitting down and coming up with these things together. At least you can buy me. How are you going to jump into this and not even think to talk to me? Right? We're a body. We're a unit. We're a team. Wait, when somebody said something on?
Allah.
Okay, what's up?
Oh, I'm just holding the precept just in case you ask for it.
What you got? What you got?
Ecclesiastes chapter 25 verse 1.
Go ahead.
It says, in three things I was beautified.
There you go, brother. There you go. Read it again.
It says, in three things I was beautified.
Right.
It stood up beautiful, both before Yahweh and men.
Go ahead.
The unity of brethren.
The what?
The unity of brethren.
Go ahead.
The love of neighbors.
Read.
A man and a wife that agree together.
That disagree?
Agree together.
You got your opinion, I got my opinion?
Agree together.
Then you trying to change my opinion.
Agree together.
Huh? So I can't be an individual no more?
Agree together.
No. No. We cannot be individuals no more. We cannot. You know what I mean? Because me being an individual is every time you talk, I wanna go ahead and put the earphones on. That's me being an individual. Right? I, as a husband, am no longer individual. I have to be subject. Right? It's always, oh, the husbands ain't subject. No. I have to humble to you. And when you're making all these rants and assumptions and jumping from subject to subject and won't even let me finish one topic before we get to the next subject, I got to shut up, humble myself down, and listen to that and walk you through this. And then you got to do the same thing. Right? Without chaos, without confusion, without emotions. We're subject to each other, y'all. Stop all this. The husbands ain't subject. I know some of the husbands, man, got blood vessels popping out their damn head because they got to be subject. Popping the big ones, popping out their forehead. What's up, Bob? Where you at? I don't want to go in, Doc. What's up? Bro, I had a brother call me the other day. What's up with you? Where you at? I'm going for a walk. What's going on? It's just too much. She's just, everything, rubber band, it's a negative mind state. My feng shui is off. He can't go in. And I said, you know what I told him? Yeah, brother, you the man in the house. Go take a trip. No. You know what I said? You can't run from this. You got to go be subject to the conversation, to the communication, and the resolving of the problem. What are you talking about? We ain't subject. We are as subject as the women. but in the order. In order.
Con.
That's all it is. So we're supposed to have this one mind, one thought process, because we gave up our individualism. And the one mind is Yahweh. We locked into that. Y'all see that?
Con.
Okay. So now you can see how much more how this comes into play. As opposed to if you don't add those other elements, all you're reading is, he can disannul it. Right? He can disannul that. The end. Right? Well, let's add all the other scriptures. Husbands, love your wives as yourself. Love them as your own flesh.
Con.
Right? You can't. What I keep trying to tell you, the Bible's a puzzle. If you hold down pieces, all this will be is what? She can't do nothing. You see that? But when you add the other pieces, you're like, hold on. Nah, that's not what the Bible teaches. Why? Let's go here, 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 here. Now we can understand this chapter way more better in context of the Bible. You see what happens when you're narrow-minded? It will be misogynistic. For women became the beginning of sin. See, the Bible hates women. First of all, I stated a fact. And let's go to the other fact of the Bible, that men as well brought sin into the world. You see that? That's why you cannot be narrow-minded and you got to know the full gospel. Or somebody's that, when you sit down with your girlfriends and they're like, yeah, I don't mess with that Bible. It's made for man. You'd be like, whoa, hold on a second. That's not true. Let me show you a great sister in the Bible that took the status. You know what I mean? And had to step up for the nation of Israel. Judah. How about Barak and Deborah? Deborah had to step up because the men wouldn't. See, now you got it wrong. The Most High respected women, but he just respected women that had standards. See, but when you sit there and you're quiet, like, they're looking at you like, yeah, you're just a zombie. You're just a clone. Because you can't even speak up for what you say you follow. So that's why it's important for us to know the entirety of this so you can speak up for the gospel in truth. Right? All right, come on, let's jump back. Yes, sir.
I appreciate what you just said.
Go ahead.
So Proverbs 11:1.
Go ahead.
A false balance is an abomination unto the Lord.
Right. A false balance. So what does that mean? Everything is about balance. It tells you about the husband, for how to him, that his subjection and his order, and it tells you about the woman. It tells you about the children. You see that? Everybody in their order to keep the proper balance of the household. Right? Yeah. You got more? Right. All right. So y'all get that, right? This is a powerful topic, man. When I was going over this the other day, I was like, man, this is something we need to go over because to show the balance, to show the unity of the house, to show the unity of the family, not just to show the woman, shut up. Woman, shut up. You just gonna shut up. No, it's more than that. All right? Is somebody online say something? Nah. What's up?
Okay, precept.
No, hold. Bro, hold your precept. I love y'all. Keep coming with it. Come on. Come on. Go ahead.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 16.
These
are the statutes which the Lord commanded Moses between a man and his wife, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth, in her father's house.
Right.
Numbers chapter 31 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites.
Now, we went over this last Sabbath. Why are they going in? Who knows why they're avenging of the Midianites? Just real quick. Go ahead, Javon.
The Midianites, they use their women to make the men or the children of Israel sin.
Right. The men just, they use the weak, sucker for love ass niggas amongst the nation. You gotta say it right, huh? They use the weak, sucker for love ass niggas amongst the nation that love submitting to women and looking at the outward appearance and what? Cause confusion among the nations. And we went into that. It says, and I beheld among the youth the simple ones, the void of understanding. And usually what does the simple ones do? They look at the outward appearance instead of looking at the spiritual aspect as well. Right? Okay, so that's what happened. So the Midianites, they came in and caused all kind of confusion. So the Most High is like, nah, you gotta go war against them because of that. Right? Go ahead.
Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites.
Mm-hmm.
Afterward shalt thou be gathered unto thy people.
Right?
And Moses spake unto the people, saying,
I like that. Listen, you're gonna do this last order, then you gonna go lay down, go to sleep. What they say about that general that went up against Putin? He said he's resting right now. They asked the reporter. He said, "Oh, he's resting." You know what that means? He's asleep. He's asleep with his fathers, right? So the Most High is like, look, you're gonna finish this last order, this last military, right? What is it? Strike, and you're gonna go to sleep. And we're seeing every step of the way the humility of a man, Moses, to still submit, still have the love for his people, right? And know that he's not making it into the physical. Remember, Moses didn't make it into the physical kingdom, but we know he made it into the spiritual kingdom. Right? That didn't hold him from walking into the spiritual pearly gates. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 3. And Moses spake unto the people, saying, arm some of yourselves unto war, and let them go against the Midianites, and avenge the Lord of Midian.
Mm-hmm.
Of every tribe 8,000. Throughout all the tribes of Israel shall ye send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Israel 8,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to the war, 8,000 of every tribe. Them Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest, to war with the holy instruments and the trumpets to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianites, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, beside the rest of them that were slain. Namely, Evi, and Rachel, and Zor, and Hor, and Reba, 5 kings of Midian.
Right, now, side note, because I've been doing a little archaeology inquiries. When you look for these artifacts, when you look for these things that were written down in our books, is it because it's not there, or is it because they have not found it in archaeology? See, a lot of archaeology, how it works is they're still looking and digging up pieces. So when you get into this archaeology, oh, you know what? There's nothing written about that. There's nobody that spoke about that. Well, hold on a second. I thought how archaeology works is that you guys are still looking. So why are you discrediting all these things that the Bible's been coming out? You didn't think Moses was real, the Israelites were real at one point. And then you start finding artifacts. You see how you can get around that argument when dealing with archaeology? So you got to be able to see that, how they think. So when you start talking with these cats on the street, you can say, hold on a second. There's much archaeology that wasn't found at that point, but down the road it was found. Y'all get that? Go ahead, read on.
Balaam, also the son of Beor.
So Balaam died. Remember him? Go ahead.
They slew with the sword. And the children of Israel took all the women of Midian captive, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. And they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil and all the prey, both of men and of beasts. Verse 12. And they brought the captives and the prey and the spoil unto Moses and Eleazar the priest, and unto the congregation of the children of Israel, unto the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by Jordan, near Jericho.
Okay, next one.
Lionel, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yasharala.
Lionel, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yasharala, Amati, Barak.
Yehuda, Ban Shah, Barakathon.
Yehuda, Ban Shah, Barakathon. Gotta get you a Hebrew name, huh? Khan, Aaron, Aaron. Is that official? You're going with Aaron. It's all right. All right, well, let us know. Yeah. All right, come on. You're reading from 31, 13 to 40. Yes, ma'am. Say that again? Spoils is talking about the goods that they received from the war, right? Or you hear another word that we don't use anymore, booty, right? Booty was spoils from war, right? See, yeah, I say booty comes to your mind is booty, but the old word booty, B-O-O-T-Y, was talking about goods, right? That were obtained from the war. All right, go ahead.
Numbers chapter 31, verse 13. And Moses and Eleazar the priest and all the princes of the congregation went forth to meet them without the camp. And Moses was wroth with the officers of the host.
Okay, so Moses was wroth with the officers of the host. Right? Go ahead.
With the captains over thousands and captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. And Moses said unto them, have ye saved all the women alive? Right,
so what happened is, wait a minute. You saved all the women alive and the women got us in this problem in the first place, right? Okay, because you know Israel, we got to save the women, you know what I mean? Well, there was a problem here. Not all the women were going to die. Check this out, read.
Behold, these caused the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Most High in the matter of Peor.
Right.
And there was a plague among the congregation of the Most High. Now therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that have known man by lying with him.
Are y'all listening to this? This is the God of the Bible. He's like, kill all those male children. Most of wasn't playing, man. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not murder. Right? That's why you got to know the Hebrew. There was a lot of killing going on. Justly. Right? By the hand of the Most High. By the will of the Most High. And then kill who?
Every woman that have known man.
So if you weren't a virgin, you was put to death. Right? So what were they keeping? They was basically just keeping the virgins. The undefiled women. Yeah.
I was going to say adultery, but all the men all the men was dead. So, yeah.
No, they was going to keep the virgins. Yeah, but yeah, well, in this instance, they killing all the men. There ain't no adultery. There ain't no adultery. You ain't gonna be sleeping with nobody's wife because we was gonna kill all the men children. We gonna make sure we keep in the law. Go ahead.
Verse 18. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him,
right?
Keep alive for yourselves.
Why? See, these are the things we missing here. What were these women gonna be? What?
They were gonna be bondswomen.
They're gonna be bond women, slave women, concubines, tributaries. Yeah. So what? But I thought we weren't supposed to deal with the women of the other nations. What?
We weren't supposed to. We weren't supposed to take them as wives.
We weren't supposed to take them as wives. So these women were slaves. Right. Well, what about in the kingdom? You're going to be dealing with white women? They're going to be slaves. They ain't going to be walking around with handbags. They're going to be looking like Fred Flintstone. Tore garments and, you know what I mean? Right? And y'all can have all the ones with flat asses, so I don't want none of them anyway. Y'all can take all of them anyway. You know what I mean? I want the ones who are thick, right? So I don't think they're going to make it. I don't know any of us black folks that want them.
Built for work, right?
We want them built for work, huh? But they weren't going to be. Hey, this is real talk right now. Listen, they were going to be concubines. They weren't meant to now you laying up with them, whispering some sweet nothings in their ear. Y'all see that? It wasn't supposed to be like that. They weren't in the in-house. They was in the outhouse. Right? Now you can kind of see the structure of how that's played out. It wasn't, not to deal with them as far as at all, because if that was the case, why did Moses say take them for yourself?
Right.
Take the virgins. Why? Because they were going to be forever virgins?
God.
You get it?
God.
Right. Right. It's like when we read, you don't pick up on the details, and then the Bible doesn't start to make sense with you. So when somebody pulls something else, you're like, yeah, that's what it says. But then somebody come back and pull this, it's like, that's confusing. It's not confusing. It's that you never understood in the context of the full Bible as opposed to one thing. It's the John 3:16 syndrome. It's the same thing. And I keep telling y'all that's what happens when you know one part of the Bible and you don't got a good circumference of the Bible, being a puzzle, you're narrow-minded. That's the problem. So we got to be really, we got to understand a lot of the Bible and say, okay, wait a minute. Nah, it's not contradictory. The problem is you understand this wrong. Y'all see that? Okay, so they were going to get these women as concubines, as, look up that word concubines. Look at the word concubine and read out.
Verse 19.
All right, concubine, what you got?
A woman who cohabits with a man without
being
authority of a legal marriage.
Yeah, it goes deeper than that, though. I need something deeper.
Okay.
What you got?
Read the second
one. Read the second one.
Okay. A woman of inferior condition.
Yeah, a woman of inferior condition. Right? Remember when they used to take the black women, the Israelite woman, the Native American woman, throw her, remember what they did to Jago? They had her in the ground. She's inferior. Like she was walking around, they was doing what with those women? They was bruh, come on, they weren't letting no thick black women just be. I was looking at Napoleon's, there was a general in Napoleon's army. God dang, I just forgot his name, man. But he was half black. He was half Esau. His father was Esau, mom was black. And this was in the French quarters. So this guy grew up a hard-ass general, man. Right? But guess what? They looked at him for his skin color. Right? So, come on, man. They were having sex with us, with our women, and having these, this mingled seed. Right? But the father is the identity, the nationality. So regardless, the brother, he grew up looking like a brother, but no, he was an Edomite. Y'all see that? So they're inferior.
Yeah.
Well, you got more?
Concubine. A woman lawfully united in marriage to a man in a relationship and inferior to a regular wife.
Right. And inferior to a regular wife. Are y'all getting this? What else you got? That was it?
Yeah, that was it on that one.
That was good. That was good. Y'all get that, right? So she was never supposed to be of the status of the husband. Excuse me, of the wife. I was looking for this other. I forgot. You know how you try to retain?
1 Kings.
You try to retain. I forgot the general. The general's name was Dumas. Alexander Dumas. Alexander Dumas was an Edomite. He's an Edomite. His dad was Esau. He's an Edomite. His dad was an Edomite.
I'm thinking about the same thing, though.
Yeah, his dad was an Edomite, but he grew up as a Judite general. And they treated him like he was black. But mingled seed. Right? And that's what the problem was. We started having, we knew that though. We knew if we lay with these women, and this is, the reason why I'm bringing this out is because you had a few months back, a few years back, this whole Mamzar seed, and if you're a mingled seed, you're not an Israelite. Well, what the hell were we going to do with these women? Right? So what they do is they go to Esdras and they say, oh, all the priests got rid of all their wives and kids. But they didn't get rid of them because that they were women of other nations only. They got rid of them because the kids didn't even know who the hell they were. They weren't even speaking the language. They were raised as Edomites or Gentiles. How do we know that? Look at what we're reading right here. And this isn't the only time it was like, take the women. So this idea that if you, now, this is in no way saying husbands go get concubines. We're not promoting that. That you ain't at battle and you ain't at war. Right? You don't get that booty now. Right? War booty. War, you know what I mean. It's a double. It is a double entendre, man. Okay, you don't get those war goods. So don't play on that. I'm talking about this because as you go down the tunnel of YouTube and you hear about this Mamzar and mingled seed, how does this make sense according to the Bible? Well, remember, your nationality was determined by the Father. That's why in these instances, it made no bearing on us. You was going to get these Midianite women that would be your concubines, and that's that. Just like when Abraham slept with Hagar, right? Yes, the Most High disowned him, but truthfully, that seed was Abraham. Y'all see that? Okay, so you are what your father is. So just keeping things in perspective as you go down this road of being really taught and learned in the Word. I don't want to leave anything out because there's so much out there that you'll start getting confused because you don't know the whole part. What's up? What? There's another Alexander? This is another Alexander of the Three Musketeers?
No, the one that's the general, is actually, his name is Thomas Alexander Dumas.
Oh, okay.
And Alexander Dumas is his son.
Really? Oh, and he was a Three Musketeer.
Well, he wrote the Three Musketeers.
He wrote. Oh, and he was the son of Alexander, Thomas Alexander.
Yes.
See, I didn't know that. That's dope. But what's crazy is he looks Alexander Dumas, or would it be Junior? He looks straight Esau.
Yeah.
But his father, he had Negroid features. What?
You remember Jingo?
Jingo, yeah.
We spoke of it earlier. Remember the part where they were in the study?
Yeah.
And he was like, he was telling them about, because he quoted a line from, no, he said, you named one of your slaves, D'Artagnan, right? And he said, if Alexander Dumas was here, I don't think he'd disagree. That's what he was talking about.
Gotcha. And that was from the Three Musketeers.
No, that was from Django.
No, I'm saying D'Artagnan.
D'Artagnan, yes.
Three Musketeers.
Three Musketeers.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know right there. All right, let's get back on point. We're where?
Numbers chapter 31, verse 19.
Go ahead.
And do ye abide without the camp 7 days? Whosoever hath killed any person, and whosoever hath touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and purify all your raiment.
Right, you understand that. That's when you're around a dead body. We went over that in the law. You're going to stay outside the camp. These camps were going to stay outside before they come around everybody. That way you know, no diseases. There's so much blood. So much bloodshed. Death around you. Y'all got to stay outside the camp so you won't bring nothing back to the nation. Right? Go ahead.
And all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood. And Eleazar the priest said unto the men of war which went to battle, this is the ordinance of the law which the Most High commanded Moses. Only the gold and the silver and the brass, the iron, the tin, and the lead, everything that may abide the fire, ye shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation, and all that abideth not the fire, ye shall make go through the water.
So, this is another scripture showing you that we always use water to clean. It was something within the fabric of it. It was take a bath. It didn't have to be like, oh, this is going to change you. That as you went further down in the time, it was like, no, you need to be washed. They started to make it a tradition. You see that?
Right.
That's why it wasn't about the washing of the water by the physical flesh, but of the conscience. It was supposed to be known. What's that, sis? You gotta, I'm sorry, I'm deaf and the kids got powerful, angelic voices. The sounds of many waters. What?
Were they not being held accountable for the fact that they just killed people, or was it because of Esau?
Well, these weren't Edomites. These were more like Arabic nations, right? And who held accountable? Who you think had to be held accountable for what? No, there was no. Remember, when you're going to war is different than I pull up on you and shoot you for your sneakers. That's murder. Right? You go to war, the Most High is not holding them because who gave him the order? The Most High said go out and deal with the Midianites. So there was no accountability in a negative sense because it was war, right? You're protecting. You're protecting your nation. You're defending your nation. If somebody comes into your house and you're protecting yourself and you kill them, is that murder or killing? It's killing. Murder is plotted. Murder is a setup. Murder is something else. That's why the Hebrew word is, what is it? Taratazak? Taratazak, which means murder. Harad is to kill in Hebrew. Harad. Right? Taratazak is murder. So thou shalt not murder. That's why the proper way to say it. Not kill. Killing is justified. You see that? That makes sense? Okay, yeah.
Question online.
Yeah.
It says, what about people that came back from war? Yeah, you want me to specify your question on the
Yeah,
verse?
you got, guys, get a little specific on the question so we can kind of understand what you're saying. I don't want to misinterpret your question by not clearly understanding it. So, what do you expound a little bit more, all right? Go ahead.
Verse 24. And ye shall wash your clothes on the 7th day.
Yeah.
And ye shall be clean. And afterward ye shall come into the camp.
Which makes sense, right? You see that all through the law. Wash yourself. After sexual relations, wash yourself. After being around a dead body, wash yourself. Leprosy. Go through the process, clean yourself. This was something that was in the fabric of the law. It was with everything. Right? Go ahead.
And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, take the sum of the prey that was taken both of man and of beast, thou and Eleazar the priest, and the chief fathers of the congregation, and divide the prey into 2 parts, between them that took the war upon them who went out to battle.
Now, another thing, good, like, you got to get the details out of these, because you start to see, man, where the white man in America is unjust. You remember the 3 Kings with Mark Wahlberg, Ice Cube, and who else was it? Who's one? Oh, George Clooney. Yeah, they went in and got all that gold, but that booty, that loot, and what did they get of it? Right? You got all these cats that go to war in these other countries. In the ancient days, you was benefiting from that. Now I understand about this Wagner group that is mercenaries. They move on a whole different thing. When you move with the country and you're signing that contract under whatever country, you can't go in there and just take gold and stuff like that. But when you're a mercenary, you can loot. And all that is yours, right? And that's why these cats, you got the difference of them falling, I'll join the mercenaries because I'm going to get paid more. I'm going to get paid to go out, and I'm going to get paid when I go through these houses. I'm going to get whatever money, whatever jewels, and benefit from that. We benefited from war. We weren't broke ass. You come back, you poor, you got anxiety, you got depression, you got damn sore throats, sore necks, lymph nodes, and all that stuff, and then what? 3 weeks later, your hospital visits can be seen. Well, I'm dying now. Oh, wait 3 weeks though. Like, we didn't deal like that with our warriors. It is like y'all were gonna benefit from going to war. So you can see how he laid it out for them. This is what y'all gonna do, right? Go ahead.
And between all the congregation, and Levi a tribute unto the Most High of the men of war.
And Levi? Oh, Levy. Right, so you guys are going to go out, but you guys are not going to, once again, the scriptures all the way through teach us is about how not to be selfish. You guys were going to give to the priests. Right? Because remember, you guys are all benefiting from this. Right? But you're not going to leave the priesthood and the things that need to survive without. So you guys are going to have to bring and give a portion back to the priest. Go ahead.
Verse 28 from the top. And levy a tribute unto the Most High of the men of war which went out to battle. 1 soul of 500. both of the persons, and of the beeves, and of the asses, and of the sheep.
Right.
Take it of the half, of their half, and give it unto Eleazar the priest, for an heave offering unto of the Most High. And of the children of Israel half, thou shalt take one portion of 50 of the persons, of the beeves, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all manner of beasts, and give them unto the Levites, which keep the charge of the tabernacle of the Most High. And Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Most High commanded Moses. And the booty, being the rest of the prey which the men of war had caught, was 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 asses, and 5,000 sheep.
That's a lot of ass. That's a lot. Oh, see, there y'all go again. See, this is biblical words, y'all. The asses meaning flock, right? The booty meaning spoils. Go ahead.
And 12,000 beeves, and 1,000 asses.
Beeves. Look that up real quick. Well, you got it? Beeves.
Webster's 1828.
Uh-huh.
It says of beef, cattle, and it says it's considered black cattle.
Okay.
So it's beef. It's a cattle.
Beef.
That was the Wagoos.
Wagyu demons, man. Yeah, Wagyu beef.
Wagyu cows is black.
Man, I guarantee you, man, that food must have been great back then. My mom came through and brought some, her friend has a garden. She brought some cucumbers. Tastes different.
It sure does.
She brought some cucumbers and tomatoes. They don't taste like all the stuff we gotta start our gardens. You know what I mean? Anybody want to buy me a tomato tree? I need to get that in the backyard. I got some, I got a few things back, just herbs though right now. I got some basil. I think we got some thyme. I got an apple tree, that ain't grown yet, and a peach tree. But we need tomatoes.
We have tomatoes.
It's not, we need a tomato tree like a little bit there, because we put tomato seeds.
Yeah, they're growing.
They're actually growing?
Yeah, they're little green.
Then there you go, look, little farmer Mawola, little farmer Kazakian, we're trying. We're not as advanced as Kwatazat, you know. He gets on TikTok, man, and shows out. But we're getting there, and I want to have that because, like, he was telling me, he put so much tomatoes there, he was like giving them away. You know what I mean? That'd be dope. We got the backyard full of tomatoes, and we're like, hey, y'all come grab some of these damn tomatoes. When you come grab some, bring another tree, plant with you, and we'll bury that. And then we just what? We start a whole damn garden back there. You see? So that's where I'm trying to give it to give out, and then the way y'all can see, okay, he's giving us so we can put in. You know what I mean? I want everybody to partake in that. Go ahead. And then y'all heard what I said. If you got a house, start your own garden. Start it little by little. You can buy trees already there. You know what I mean? You can buy trees already half grown. Dump them in the ground, take care of them, water them, feed them. Go ahead.
Verse 35. And 2,000 persons in all, of women that had not known man by lying with him.
Then 32. Oh, no. It said in all. Go ahead.
And the half, which was the portion of them that went out to war, was in the number 300,000 and 30,500 sheep. And the Most High tribute of the sheep was 615. And the beeves were 36,000.
Black cattle. Okay.
Of which the Most High's tribute was 312. And the asses were 30,500, of which the Most High's tribute was 61.
Yeah, I've said in the past that beef wasn't our main course. You know what I mean? Which technically, like, you don't see a lot of that in here. It wasn't our main course. Like, we would do lamb, your ass, right? All these deer, right? But you would but not saying we didn't eat it though. Not saying we didn't eat it. We're saying we obviously ate it, right? It obviously was there. Go ahead.
And the persons were 16,000, and of which the Most High's tribute was 32 persons. And Moses gave the tribute, which was the Most High's heave offering.
Okay, you were supposed to go to 40. Okay, next brother.
Aharon, Yahweh, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Bon, Yasharal.
Say it one more time. It's Aharon.
Aharon, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Bon, Yasharal.
Aharon, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Bon, Yasharal. Imagine. Right.
Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shabbat Kakum.
Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shabbat Kakum.
Numbers, chapter 31, verse 41. And Moses gave the tribute, which was the Lord's heave offering, unto Eleazar the priest, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the children of Israel had, which Moses divided from the men that warred. Now, the half that pertained unto the congregation was 300,000 and 30,000 and 7,500 sheep and 30 and 6,000 beeves and 30,000 asses and 500 and 16,000 persons, even of the children of Israel. Had Moses took one portion of 50, both of men and of beasts, and gave them unto the Levites, which kept the charge of the tabernacle of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the officers, which were over the thousands of the hosts, and the captains of the thousands, and captains of hundreds, came near unto Moses. And they said unto Moses, Thy servants have taken the sum of the men of war, which were under our charge, and they lacked not one man of us. We have therefore brought an oblation for the Lord, that every man have gotten of jewels of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold of them, even all wrought jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to the Lord, of the captains of thousands and of the captains of hundreds, was 16,750 shekels. For the men of war had taken spoil, every man for himself. And Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold of the cattle of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it unto the tabernacle of the congregation for a memorial for the children of Israel before the Lord. Chapter 32. Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle. And when they saw the land of Jezreel and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for cattle, the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spake unto Moses and to Eleazar the priest, and unto the princes of the congregation, saying, Ataroth, and David, and Jersey, and Nimrod, and Ashbon, and Eliar, and Shebon, and Nebu, and Beon, even the country which the Lord smote before the congregation of Israel is a land for cattle, and thy servants have cattle. Therefore said they, if we have found grace in thy sight, let this land be given unto thy servants for a possession, and bring us not over Jordan. And Moses said unto the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben.
Okay, so they wanted to stay on that side of Jordan. Like, we don't want to go on the other side, right? Let us have this land. This is thick. This is a good land, right? We got a lot of cattle, right? So go ahead.
Shall your brethren go to war? And shall ye sit here?
Okay. But Moses is checking that unity. He's checking that love. Oh, you want to sit? You want to sit here in your land, and then you not go to war? So we got this. This is good. But then we got to go get all this other land the Most High promised us. Right. So you want to sit here, right, and not go to war while everybody else is working? Sounds like typical Israel. I got mine. I'm good. Right? So Moses is checking that mentality. Nah, bro, we got to do this for the family. We're doing this for everybody, not just for yourselves. Oh, Lord, we know about that mentality. Right? I'm good. I'm eating good. Brother, you got to get your own. Nah, bro, this isn't about us. How many times have we said we can sit around with the knowledge of the Most High and say, look, I know how to apply this. I can be very successful in my house. And, you know, there's many teachers out there. They already got teachers. Let me just use the Bible in my vicinity. The Most High is not dealing with that selfishness. It is about the nation. Right? It is about spreading the word, teaching, sacrificing. All those are equations in the gospel and necessity to be accepted of the Most High. Feed my sheep. Right? Well, I love you. Well, feed my sheep. You love me? Yes. Feed my sheep. Right? It ain't, I got my notes, my family's good, we got money here. You know what I mean? Why sacrifice? I want to keep taking my trips to the park, my vacations, my this, my that. Where's your sacrifice for the nation? Moses was checking that mentality at the door. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 7. And wherefore discourage ye the heart of the children of Israel.
Not only that, you don't see that mentality is a disease. You want to discourage the other brothers with zeal, with passion. Now, y'all hear me say this a lot. Do not let someone's complacency diminish your zeal. You got too many brothers that are good. I'm good, Then they make it sound good. Everybody's not going to be a teacher. Cool. But you're going to do something. You see that? And that's the thing. They want that complacency to be infectious. And it what? It discourages brother. Well, he ain't doing nothing. Right? She's on vacation. Why can't I be on it? It's like, brother, what about the work? What about what we're doing for the nation? What about this is not your rest? Right? Right. We forget about that. And it what? Discourages. Fearful, unbelieving, cowards, right? Is a discouragement to the nation. And that's what we don't want to realize a lot of the time. You make the excuse and what? You're good with it. You don't give a damn how it affects everybody. Right? Let's be real with this. Because that's what Becky put in your head. Huh? Becky put in your head what? He put in your head what? Yeah, Becky's a transvestite. Becky put in your head, he put in your head, get your own. Don't worry about nobody else. You got a family to feed. Hey, black man. Hey, brother. I ain't your brother. Hey, sis. You ain't my sister. You ain't my brother. You see that? That's the mentality that kills us when we start thinking about ourselves and not thinking about nation gathering. Right? And what did we read earlier? It affects the household. You bring that in the household as a husband, you're an individual, she's an individual, the kids are individuals, and the family structure is what? Blown to pieces. You see that? But Chinese communities, African communities, right? Iranian communities, Arabic communities, there's a unity. There's a unity, man. The unity stops when it comes to us, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Right? Because why? We're trained, get yours, use everybody around you, and when it's time for you to give back, you say, wait a minute, y'all are using me. Oh my God, it sucks. It sucks. Read, come on.
Verse 7 to the top.
And
wherefore discourage ye the heart of the children of Israel from going over into the land which the Lord hath given them. Thus did your fathers.
See? So what do you have to remind them? Bro, this is the same thing your fathers did. You gotta check these cats, man. This is the same mentality your fathers did. This is the problem. And who taught them that selfish ass spirit? Now listen to this. These are the keys that hold and teach generational stupidity. Not generational wealth. Not nation gathering. You teach your kids how to be selfish. Then they grow up and there's still division being taught. See, read on.
Thus did your father. When I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up into the valley of S.O.W. and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Israel, that they should not go into the land which the Lord had given them. And the Lord's anger was kindled. And the Lord's anger was kindled the same time. And he sware, saying, surely none of the men that came up out of Egypt from 20 years old and upward shall see the land which the Lord shall see the land which I swear unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me. save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Kenizi, and Joshua, the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed the Lord.
Right. So what do you got to do? What do we got to constantly remind ourselves of? This is why you have to have a good understanding of your historical background. You got to have a good understanding of your history. The reason for history is for us not to make the same mistakes as our forefathers. That you might not be as your fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation. That's the whole point. Let's look at the mistakes. Some of the mistakes you're repeating are literally here written. That all you got to do is say, wait a minute, we made these mistakes before. Let's stop this. We cannot blame the white man no more. It's us, it's you, it's we, right? Go ahead.
Verse 13. And the Lord's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generations that had done evil in the sight of the Lord was consumed. And behold, ye are risen up in your father's stead, and increased in the sinful men, an increase of sinful men, to augment yet the fierce anger of the Lord toward Israel.
You're augmenting, man. You're bringing this on. You want to piss the Most High off again? This is what you want to do? You don't see what happened in the wilderness? Yeah, you easily forgot. We easily forget what brings death to us. Because we think it's a joke. We think it's a story. We think it's a book. Good Sabbath class, huh? What you learned? I don't know, but it sure was good. Right? It don't supposed to be that. This is supposed to be written in us, tattooed on your brain. All right, next one. Oh boy, I love it. Peculiar nation. Yeah, 15 down to 33 and 1. Numbers 32, 15 down to Numbers 33 and 1.
Numbers chapter 32, verse 15. For if ye turn away from after him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and ye shall destroy all this people.
Is it worth it? Your selfishness. Thinking about you. You alone. Your mind, your mentality, the way you feel. Or are you thinking about the nation? Who's affected by this? Right? We have to think about what we're doing. Think about what we're doing in the house. And how it affects the children. How your communication affects the next generation. How your example affects the next generation. See? Like nobody, the white man ain't your puppet master. Don't let him control your thoughts, your spirit, and destroy your house from within. Right? Go ahead.
And they came near unto him, and said, we will build sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones. But we ourselves will go ready, armed before the children of Israel.
So they humbled to the logic. You're right. What we're going to do, let's leave our sheep here, and then we're going to war. Right? They didn't feed in. They didn't get stubborn and rebellious. Nah, we got ours. Why we got to go do that work? Right? The Most High blessed us. It's time for y'all to get y'all blessing. Nah, you like that? 2,000 talk? I got mine. Jesus blessed me, right? No, this was about, let's see what we're doing can affect everybody. And let's be a part of that. So you can actually look back and say, listen, I did work too to bring on this blessing for the nation of Israel. Right? I'm not only just eating off the blessings of others. Right? Go ahead.
Until we have brought them unto their place, and our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities because of the inhabitants of the land. Verse 18. We will not return unto our houses, until the children of Israel have inherited, every man his inheritance.
Check that out. They were thinking about the brothers. So his check, his reminder, settled. You can see it set in their mind. There was no argument back and forth. You know what? Y'all got a point. We're going to go do this for the nation. Right? And until every brother get what we got, then we don't come back. Right? How many brothers is thinking like that? How many of our people thinking about that? How many Israelite women are thinking like that? Listen, you Israelite kids, are you thinking like that? Or are you thinking, no, once I get my own, mom and dad, they good. I gotta go get my own. You see that? No, you're supposed to be thinking about the body, the family. Right? How do we make all of us, the nation, successful? And this is the problem that it dissipated from the priesthood. It said they became greedy dogs. Then it went down to, of course, from the priesthood to the men, right? And then to the women. And generational stupidity, selfishness was inseminated, and then we have what we have today, which is a selfish nation, right? That's why it's easy to say, oh, you don't need a camp. A camp just means gathering. Look up the word church. It just means gathering. It doesn't matter where you gather. You can gather at a park, at a house, at a building, at a school. It was a gathering. We did that all the time. Show me in the wilderness where they were like, nah, we don't need to gather at one place. You know what they were? They were alone picking up sticks, and you was what? You was stoned to death. Because you wanted to be the individual, not doing what everybody else was doing. Right? That's what happened to the individuals. So this is about nation building. And to nation build, you can't be a selfish individual. Right? Where is it? Philippians? Go to Philippians 2 and 4. Philippians 2 and 4. Come on.
Philippians chapter 2 verse 4. Look not every man on his own thing.
See? You can't be worried about your own thing. See? And that's in everything. Because you get the job, you get the duty you vow to, and then you don't put your spirit into it, then somebody got to help you do that and stop doing what they're doing and help you to do that, because you won't put your spirit and your love into what the Most High set up. Right? Selfishness. It decays us. That's why we don't got black banks. That's why we don't got black inheritance. That's why we don't got black Hispanic lands. We don't got none of that. Because why? No, bro. I got mine, you got to get yours. And when I got mine, guess what? I'm going to go back and support the white communities, the Chinese communities. Right? Go ahead.
But every man also on the things of others.
You see that? How many of us think like that? Are you worried about your husband, your house, your children? Or are you worried about your feelings and how you feel? Husbands, are you worried about your independent? When you was a player, you was free to do what you want to do? Or do you understand now you're committed to your wife, your children, your household, the nation? See? It's more than just your individual self. Go ahead. That was it? All right. Jump back.
Verse 19. For we will not inherit with them on yonder side Jordan or before the Most High to war, and will go all of you armed over Jordan before the Most High, until he hath driven out his enemies from before him, and the land be subdued before the Most High. Then afterward ye shall return, and be guiltless before the Most High and before Israel. And this land shall be your possession before the Most High. But if ye will not do so, behold, ye have sinned against the Most High.
Right. You making a vow, you're making an agreement, do the vow, do the agreement. Right? This is the vow you made. And if you don't do that, then it's going to be sin upon your head. Go to Hebrews 10 and 30, 10 and 24. Hebrews 10 and 24.
Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 24. And let us consider one another.
And that's what the Most High was trying to establish with our brothers and sisters then. And that's what he's working within us right now. Because one thing we don't know how to do is consider. Because consider takes empathy and sympathy. You know, those are two key words. It takes empathy and sympathy because daily life things are going to happen. Daily things in your life is going to come about. But it's about, can you put away that distraction? Because that's what it is. It's a distraction. And it's there to make you distract yourself from being considerate. It's there to stop you from being sympathetic and empathetic toward the neighbor. And looking at things, okay, I got mine, but they need theirs too. We all just came out of slavery from Egypt. We ain't had nothing, but now we're starting to get things. Take it to the story, right? They're coming out of slavery, but now they're starting to get things. We're supposed to be conscious that they don't have this. Okay, I'm gonna establish everything that's over here, but let's keep going. Let's keep moving with them. Let's keep fighting with the rest of them, with the other brothers and sisters, so that they can get their blessing, so that we can all be blessed together. And that's the consideration that it takes. It's empathy and sympathy, which ties you back into what? Compassion. The compassionate nature will lead you to push yourself. It'll lead you to push yourself to where you're looking beyond the flesh. You're looking beyond the carnality of how you feel. So he says, let us consider.
And Moses ain't talking from lack of experience. Remember, he could have been good in Egypt. When he left, if he left Egypt, he could have been good with his Midianite rib and just lived that life, right? But he gave all that up. He lived by example. Then when he brought everybody out, he could have said, you know what? Or I can tell you how I did my job. Shalom, y'all. I'm retired. He didn't do that. He went through with it. Oh, how about this? How about when he did all of that, but still was being ready to be stoned, looked down as a usurper, right? He could have said, you know what? Y'all right, let the Most High deal with it from here. I'm out. Every step of the way, like Yahushua, you can see how Moses had that same spirit of humility, bearing the shame. A lot of us, you go through a little bit of shame, and what happened? See, this is not the truth. Show me where. Show me where the righteous men of the Bible didn't have to bear shame. Every step of the way. You get a little shame, you get a little, it starts to get a little rough around the edges, you want to what? Abandon ship. I don't have to go through this. My Jesus didn't have to go through this. Yes, he did. Moses went through it. All the prophets went through it. To be proved, to show their loyalty, right? So he's not speaking from anything outside of experience, right? Okay, go ahead, read on.
Come on. And let us consider one another.
Right. You got to think about the next man. Read.
To provoke unto love.
See, the provoking is what? I'm sticking in there. What did he tell them? You're going to do this, and you're going to bring this spirit of discouragement. Right? You're going to bring this coward spirit among the Israel, this selfish spirit. Right? What are you provoking the next brother, sister, your children to? Weakness? Fakeness? I can't do this? Or are you provoking them to strength, to fight, to endeavor to keep the unity and the bond of the peace, to overcome? Think about it. What is your example? And what do you want to be known for in the nation? Moses got his name, Joseph got his name, Abraham got his name, Isaac got his name, all the men of the Bible got their name. What's your name? She was weak. She made an excuse to fall into everything that Becky told her to fall into. Or she was a righteous sister that stood up for her husband, her children, the nation. He was a righteous man that what? Put himself aside for the nation of Israel. What are you going to be known for? You make your name. Stop coming with this, oh, you're making up things about it. You make your name. Right? And it starts from when you vow and you agree and you do, you're going to be known for what you do. Look at everybody that's ready for war. Well, what about these brothers? Oh, they're the cowards. Leave them at home. Leave them with the ribs of the kids. Because why? Their name is known for what? I want to be laid back. I don't want to step up. I don't want to fight. Now, we love brothers, but you got to know where everybody stands. Because iron sharpeneth iron, not weakness. Iron sharpeneth iron. So by all means, I love you, but I know who to hang around with that is going to push my soul to keep moving forward. There's some brothers that just don't want to do it. Some sisters don't want to do it. They don't have the fire within them. Y'all see that? So, what are you provoking the next man to do? The next woman? Read.
To provoke unto love.
What? That's the love. Yahweh Shai showed his love by laying down his body. That's what the love is. Stop with all that. I'm showing my love. I gave the cup of water. I'm good. Now, you did that for your own vainglory. You didn't do that for the nation. Right? Go ahead.
And to good works.
To what?
To good works.
To weak works.
To good works.
Faithless works.
Good works.
Double-minded works.
Good works.
Second-guessing works.
Good works.
What are you teaching the next brother or sister around you? Or your kid? Your daughter? Your son? They don't say, look, this cat told me how to push. He taught me how to fight. He taught me how to overcome. That's what my dad showed me. Well, what did you show them? You got to ask yourself these questions. What type of person are you? Before it says judge yourself. Right? You won't be in your feelings when you get checked because you will realize, oh, you know what? Damn, let's be real. My example is shitty. It's crappy. So I can see why that's known. But a lot of us don't want to come to the reality that you're not provoking nothing because you don't want to fight. The dog ain't in you to fight to overcome these things. So you're what? Send him home. He laughed with his mouth. Right? He got no discipline, no power, no strength, no zeal, no control. Send him home. Come on. Shalom. It's all good. We love you, bro. You know what I mean? Go watch the kids. Right? I like that ISUPK uses that. No cowards. I like that. I see why. No cowards. Right. Because if you're ready to step up, then you can't be afraid. Right? I get that part. Right? Read on.
God. It says, verse 25. Not forsaking the assembling of ourselves.
How is it done? How is it done? How is all this done? By them going with the other brothers. By them saying, you know what, Moses, you're right. We can't just be comfortable on our side. We can't forsake the assembly of the brothers and the unity of doing this. Let's go with them. That's what they were showing us. Not, you see that in action. See, the individuals is like, no, I'm good. I'm just here. You want to add this to your dumbass sayings list? I'm good. I'm the type of person. When you start out with that dumbass saying, there's a problem. I feel you, but I'm the type of person. How I feel, what I think, right? We know what type of person you are. You were bred and raised by Becky. He raised you. And you were raised to be selfish, self-indulgent individuals that are not looking out for the nation, your brother, to be his keeper. But they were like, look, no, we're going to assemble. Voltron, unite. Autobots, unite. Right? Roll out. Right? It wasn't, now we're good over here, You do you, Read.
Come. As the manner of some is.
As the what?
Of the manner of some is.
So please fall back on the emotions. It says, as the manner of some is. So now I can woosah and say, oh, okay, this was already written. I don't got to get emotional over people that doesn't have the fire, the passion, the zeal, the courage. I just fall back. I get it. Okay, brother, step to the side then. You don't get to have to say a word and you are what? Not ready to step up. Don't. See, you don't get both. You can't have the cake and eat it too. Oh, I got something to say. No. You got something to say when you're ready to step up and down and step to the line and commit to the brotherhood, to the nation. Like everybody always wants to have something to say, but sit behind a keyboard and shit. Right? No, none of that. BS. Go ahead.
But exhorting one another.
But how do we affect one another? How did those Reubenites and Gadites affect the nation? By faith, what works. Faith, what works. They had to step out there and step out of their individualism and their safety nets, right? Because we good. We got our net set up. We got our kids set up. They had to step outside of that for the brotherhood, the sisterhood, the nation. And say, no, we're going to worry about everybody else too. We got our stuff together, but let's worry about the nation. Right? So how do I provoke you? I provoke you by riding with you. Right? Taking an office, taking a position, taking a duty, taking a job. Not just sitting back and watching you do all the work. Go ahead.
And so much the more.
And so much, what? Wait a minute. We're supposed to fall back and be more reluctant, or we're supposed to do it more. When?
So much the more. As ye see the day approaching.
You know it's the last times. You know that you're accountable for what works you put in. What charity, love, dedication you put in. So you're not supposed to become more reluctant. Right? You're not supposed to become more selfish. You're supposed to be getting better at giving yourself. Now I got to keep giving myself. Right? I feel like I'm not used enough. Read.
For if we sin willfully.
So y'all get this. This is what the Most High is showing us about looking not on our own, but looking on the things of perfect Scripture. Perfect. Jump back.
Numbers chapter 32, verse 23. On the top. But if ye will not do so,
right?
Behold, ye have sinned against the Most High.
Right?
And be sure.
Why? Why are you sinning against the Most High? Because when you do this to the least of your brethren, you do it to the Father. Well, you're not the Most High. They're not the Most High. You see how that logic does not make any doggone sense? Right? No, you're doing it to your brother. You do it to the Most High. Go ahead.
And be sure your sin will find you out.
Right. Read.
Build you cities for your little ones.
And
folds for your sheep. And do that which have proceeded out of your mouth. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spake unto Moses, saying, Thy servants will do as my Lord commanded. Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and all our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilead. But thy servants will pass over, every man armed for war, before the Most High to battle, as my Lord said. So concerning him, Moses commanded Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribe of the children of Israel. And Moses said unto them, if the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over Jordan, every man armed to battle before the Most High, and the land shall be subdued before you, then ye shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, as the Lord has said unto thy servants, so will we do. We will pass over armed before the Most High into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side Jordan may be ours. And Moses gave unto them, even to the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, unto half the tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land with the cities thereof and the coast, even the cities of the country round about. And the children of Gad built Dibon, and Adaroth, and Aroer, and Adaroth, Shoban, and Jazzer, and Jogban, and Beth Nimrah, and Bethlehem, fenced cities, and folds for sheep. And the children of Reuben built Heshbon, and Eliah, and Kirjathim, and Nebo, and Baal-meon, their names being changed, and Shipmah, and gave other names unto the cities which they builded. And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, and took it, and dispossessed the Amorite which was in it. And Moses gave Gilead unto Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he dwelt therein. And Jer, the son of Manasseh, went and took the small towns thereof, and called them Havoth-jer. And Nobath went and took Kenath and the villages thereof, and called it Nobath, after his own name. Numbers chapter 33 and verse 1. These are the journeys of the children of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Egypt with their armies unto the hand of Moses and Aaron.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, you're reading to verse 29.
Numbers chapter 33, verse 2. And Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys, by the commandment of the Most High. And these are their journeys according to their going out. And they departed from Ramses in the first month, of the 15th day of the first month. On the morrow after the Passover, the children of Israel went out with an high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians. And the Egyptians buried all their firstborn, which the Lord had smitten among them. Upon their gods also the Lord executed judgments. And the children of Israel removed from Ramses and pitched in Succoth. And they departed from Succoth and pitched in Etham, which is in the edge of the wilderness. And they removed from Etham and turned again unto Baal, which is before Baal-Zephon. And they pitched before Migdol. And they departed from before Pi-hahiroth, and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham, and pitched in Marah. Verse 9. And they removed from Marah and came to Elam. And Elam were 12 fountains of water, and 70 palm trees.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And 70 palm trees, and they pitched there.
Elim and encamped by the Red Sea. And they removed from the Red Sea and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. And they took their journey out of the wilderness of Sin and encamped in Dophah. And they departed from Dophah and encamped in Alush. And they removed from Alush and encamped in Rephidim, where was no water for the people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim and pitched in the wilderness of Sinai. And they removed from the desert of Sinai and pitched in Kibroth Hattaavah.
Keep it up. Hattaavah.
Verse 17. And they departed from Kibroth Hattaavah and encamped in Hazarah. And they departed from Hazarah and pitched in Rithmah. And they departed from Rithmah and pitched at Ramon Perez. And they departed from Ramon Perez and pitched in Libnah. Verse 21. And they removed from Libnah and pitched in Rashad. And they journeyed from Rashad and pitched in.
Verse 22? Pitched in Kehilatha. Kehilatha.
And they went from Kehilatha and pitched in Mount Sephir. And they removed from Mount Sephir and encamped in Haradah. And they removed from Haradah and pitched in Machpelah. And they removed from Machpelah and encamped in Tahah. And they departed from Tahah and pitched in Terah. And they removed from Terah and pitched in Makkah. And they went from Makkah and pitched in Hashmona.
That was it? For you? Oh. Oh, now it's me. Okay. All right. Sixth reading. Numbers chapter 33 and verse 30. And they departed from Hashmonah and encamped at Maserah. And they departed from Maserah and pitched in Jakan. And they removed from Jakan and encamped at Horha Gidgad. And they went from Horha Gidgad and pitched in Jotbathah. And they removed from Jotbathah and encamped at Ebronah. And they departed from Ebronah and encamped at Ezion Gabar. And they removed from Ezion Gabar and pitched in the wilderness of Zin, which is Kadesh. And they removed from Kadesh and pitched in Mount Hor, in the edge of the land of Edom. And Aaron the priest went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of the Lord and died there. Yeah, he just died there. In the 40th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt. So he basically, that whole 40-year period, he basically lasted. When you read that, the scripture was, I was going to share it, I was just letting it go through the different journeys they went through. But when you go to Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 28, real quick. The whole tone about sacrifice and giving and being constant. This is what Moses, Aaron, and all the righteous men and women at the time did. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 28. Mm-hmm. Strive for the truth unto death.
You see that? Literally. But that's a literal statement. And then that's Aaron embodying what we're supposed to be embodying now. Christ embodied that. Jeremiah, all the righteous men in the Bible embodied that. They died some sort of gruesome death. And everybody's not like that. It was gruesome. But you're going to be living this life. Like, what's your vision? What's your vision in this life? Do you have a time span? Do you have a situation? Do you have an instance that's going to make you be like, I don't know if I can go through that. And then you're like, I want to give up. You have to ask yourself that question. That's a realistic question you have to ask yourself. Because in that thought alone can slow down your momentum. That can slow down your desire and your push for righteousness. But Aaron, we obviously seen, he had his little stutters, but he got right back up. And he strove for the truth unto death. And what did the Lord do for him?
And the Most High shall fight for thee.
But that's not only for Aaron, that's not only for Moses, that's not only for David, that's not only for Solomon, that's not only for Paul, Peter, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. It's for what? All brothers and sisters. Right? It wasn't just for Esther and Judah. It wasn't just for Mary. It wasn't just for Mary Magdalene. It was for what? All brothers and sisters to be able to see this example and see if you strive for the truth unto death, the Most High is going to be on your side. He's going to stand for you. He's going to protect you and shield you. So when you think about the thing that you're battling right now, the thoughts, the emotions, the feelings, the situations in your present moment, your current situation, well, understand that if you strive for the truth, what's the Lord going to do?
The Most High shall fight for thee.
The Lord going to fight for you on the back end. He already got something set up for your benefit while somebody that's plotting on your negative, right? While they're trying to plot on you, the Lord have a plan to what? Cast that plan down. So there's nothing that can fight against the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Lord. Right? That's in Proverbs 21:30. There's no wisdom, there's no counsel, there's no might against the Lord. Right? You have to write that one down, Proverbs 21:30. But understanding that what? All you got to do is fight for the Most High. All you got to do is fight for this truth, and then the Most High will fight for you. And that's what happened with Aaron, where he literally did his work and he died. So let's jump. Oh, I'm reading. Let's jump back. It says, and Aaron the priest went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of the Lord and died there in the 40th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the first day of the 5th month. And Aaron, it says, and King Harad the Canaanite, which dwelt in the south in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Israel. And they departed from Mount Hor and pitched in Zalmunna. And they departed from Zalmunna and pitched in Punan. And they departed from Punan and pitched in Obak. And they departed from Obak and pitched in Abarim, in the border of Moab. And they departed from Ain and pitched in the Ban Gad. And they removed from the Ban Gad and went and encamped in Alman did Lataim, excuse me. Alman did Lataim. And they removed from Alman did Lataim and pitched in the mountains of Abiram before Nebo. And they departed from the mountains of Abiram and pitched in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. And they pitched by Jordan from the Beth Jeshimah even unto Abel Shittim in the plains of Moab. And the Lord spake unto Moses in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye are passed over Jordan into the land of Canaan, then ye shall drive all the inhabitants from before you, and destroy all the pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places. And ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land. So think about it, they weren't doing nothing with the land anyways. There was when you think about sin and negative, all it leads you down the road of is what? Death and destruction. So if anything, you were saving what? The land. Preserving the land. It's like Esau right now, right? The nations right now, they just ripping all the resources from the land. They're not giving it any time to breathe. No year of jubilee for the land. And what's happening? They just destroying it. So if anything, us taking to this land and dispossessing it, like the word says, you're protecting the land. You're protecting the earth. And you're getting, obviously, our rightful inheritance. So take that in mind. And as you read in all these places that they went, because let's say you was reading this by yourself. You read all the places, there's a whole chapter dedicated to the places that we went. Well, understand that they did what? There was instant in season and out of season. They had to be. Because if you fell asleep in the mind at one point in time, then you would get left behind. And that spirit of the wicked one to catch you. Because why? You stepped out the spirit. And you got, like I said, fearful, cowardice, or whatever came to mind, you got comfortable. So you don't want to get caught in a moment where the Most High is about to save you, or He's about to change the situation in your life, and then you just jump out the spirit. And you miss the blessing. Or you miss the moment where the Most High was trying to do what? Move you forward in the spirit. So as you read, I know even through a whole chapter, just they were here, they were there, they were there, they were here. But if you want some substance from that, look at it like, how can I apply this to my present life where I'm not in this necessary situation where I'm moving from Florida to Pensacola, Pensacola to Alabama, Alabama, Georgia, Georgia, Washington D.C. Like we're not doing that right now. But what you are doing is we constantly doing work. We constantly have to learn how to do what ministry, how to serve and serve what? One another. So what do we learn from them going from camp to 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 city to city, country to country? Well, we learn how to do what? Give ourselves wholly to the Father and move as he wants us to. Because Amos said that. Amos said that when he was learning and he was coming into the knowledge, and obviously they knew who they were, so they was definitely learning. But him becoming a prophet, a teacher, he said, I moved. I don't want to misquote it. It's Amos 7:14. Because this is literally what was happening in that time period. I like the way Amos said it.
Amos chapter 7 verse 14. Then answered Amos.
Everybody there? All right, go ahead.
Verse 14. Then answered Amos and said to Amaziah, I was no prophet.
But I mean that's us now when we come into the knowledge. You didn't know the knowledge. Some people didn't grow up in church. Some grew up in church but had the wrong information. Read.
Neither was I a prophet's son.
And some people, you was a church kid, but your dad wasn't giving you the truth. So you wasn't a prophet's son. Somebody else teaching it from the true sense. Read.
But I was an herdman.
You was a what?
An herdman.
You was probably the regular Joe Schmo, right? 9 to 5, street cat, gym tan laundry, right? Go ahead.
And a gatherer of sycamore fruit.
Right, you had a business, you worked, you was regular 9 to 5, but read, this is the point.
And the Most High took me.
Boom.
As I followed the flock.
The Most High took you as you followed the flock, but the Most High can carry you to life if you're following the method, if you're following the word, the ministry, and you're doing what's being required of you. You're doing what you said you was going to do. You pay your vow. Because that's what we told the Most High was going to do. You prayed it, the Most High heard you, in your prayer that you said to yourself, and he what? He threw a situation out there for you to what? Jump into it. But you're supposed to be what? Attentive to how you're supposed to be following the flock. And this is what Amos was able to do. And the Lord did what with him?
And the Most High said unto me, Go, prophesy unto my people, Yasharallah.
And then he was able to perform the duty, the service. But it takes you following the flock. And that's what those people had to do. That's what the brothers and sisters had to do back then. When they was going from camp to camp to camp, to country to country, to in camp, get up, break down the tabernacle, build it back up. They were servicing. They were doing a service. They were providing a service.
You know what's crazy is you got to think about how irritating this is. Yeah. See, I always look from the mind of this person that ain't messing with that. I put myself in that mind. Like, we got to break down again now? Yeah. I put my mind in the mind of the complainers, the murmurers, the ones that, like, do we really got to do this to be in the truth? Right? All that. Right? To where they don't see what this is instilling in the body. Right? And why this is necessary. You got to put yourself in that mindset to see how ridiculous and selfish that mind state is. Everybody had to be locked into this. Or, when everybody was picking up and leaving, you be that one that's alone by yourself. Right, I'm not going nowhere. Okay, you stay there then. Everybody else is going to go. Let's see what happens to you as an individual. Right? So, as a nation, we move together. And just like Reuben and Gad had to do. They had to not be selfish. Yeah.
You said that, I was thinking about the show. It was 1883.
1883, right?
That family, they didn't want to move like
yeah, we good. So all the Raiders came through.
They got caught, they got swept
up. They got killed up. Yeah. No, I was thinking about the same thing. I was thinking about the exact same thing. So the Raiders got them because they didn't have their brothers to be their brother keeper.
I didn't see that part yet.
Huh?
I didn't see that part yet.
Oh yeah, we gave it away. I'm sorry. Alright, come on, let's finish this. We're almost done. You're at 33. Oh, you're at 54?
Chapter 33, verse 54.
Oh, damn, okay. Alright, let's do it.
Numbers chapter 33 and verse 54. And ye shall divide the land by lot, for an inheritance among your families, and to the more ye shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance.
Okay, so we see that applicable in where? Where at in the New Testament? Go ahead, Lakai.
Acts chapter 4.
Acts chapter 4, going into 5. It said they had all things common. Right, so this is not just Old Testament, bro. This is something traditional. You see why you can't look at it as a Gentile? You can't look at it as an American. This is a Hebrew mindset. We were doing this. This ain't, that was Old Testament, this is new. No, this is what we believe. This was our tradition. Family was about family. It was about unity. It was about brotherhood. It was about love. Right? But go there real quick. Acts, where was it? It's like the end. Acts 4. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ma Waller, read that. Let Ma Waller read that one. 34. Go to Acts 4, and you're going to read verse 32. Go ahead.
Acts 4 and verse 32. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul.
See? That's what had to happen. See, this is the thing about unity. I don't care where it needs to be applied. This is the elements that have to be in your mind. If you're in your house, there can't be two opinions. It cannot be. Why? Because Zaki said so. He wrote it 1,000 years ago. A house divided against itself cannot stand. There can't be two dimensions. A man and a wife that agree together will have a man, a wife, and children that what? Agree together. And that's just how it is. Remember, we needed to all be in this one mind, to not think about yourself, but think of others, right? Go ahead.
Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own.
Right. See? You see that? So when I move it in my house, see, I want to keep this in the house, and I want, because the house, your example in the house affects the nation. If you're a selfish individual in one place, then that same love is going to be applied in another place. If you got love in your house, then that love is going to be transcendent to the nation, to my brother, to being my brother's keeper. So these are the things that we have to practice at home for you to practice amongst the nation. Right? Go ahead.
But they had all things common.
They had all things common. This is the same thing we're reading in Numbers 33. They had all things common. What was it about? You had more problems? Okay, well, you have more family? Okay, well, how do we divvy this up? Right? What do they call this in today's ideas? Huh? When you have a kingdom ran like Cuba, what do they call the Cubans? A dictatorship? Communists?
A country.
Why are they communists? Why are they communists? Why is Cuba communist? What? Say it.
They want everybody to have equal.
They want everybody to have equal. They would call us communists. They would call them communists. Right? You see the mind state, the labels they put on things. So, well, what do you call this here in America? Well, they keep the poor poor, the broke broke, right? The disenfranchised disenfranchised. What do you call them? Oh, it's a democracy. That's what we do. See, the narrative, what America pushes, and what actually happens is different. So every time they're talking about North Korea, Russia, and all this, I'm like, America loves to paint the narrative. America is no worse than Russia, no worse than damn Cuba, no worse than North Korea. Well, they arrest you when you play this and this and that. Bro, America get that way too, especially for the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Okay, so this communist mentality is unity? Us having the same thing? So, or would we rather have the king sucking up everything and the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer? Now, let's be fair. They, within themselves, I'm not saying the Cuban king is what? Righteous. I'm not saying the Russian king is righteous. I'm not saying they're establishing this, but I'm saying, look at the labels they put on these things and demonize what they call unity, but yet preach love and unity. Every time I watch that ABC, NBC, whatever the hell news, at the end of the night, they always say, take care and be well. Do you give a damn about me? Don't tell me that. Don't talk and act like you give a damn about me. Take care and be well. You don't give a damn about me. That's just a saying. Hey, how you doing? How's it going? Man, you have a good day. You don't give a damn about my day. Stop all that American BS. See, it's a game. It's a lie that we keep telling ourselves that America is the greatest, the best, right? But you start to see this, that we don't have these things because they don't teach them, right? Because they want control and they want to keep you both poor, broke, and not unified. If we have more damn unity, we can accomplish more, right? And every time you look at every other nation, you see that exemplified. Go on YouTube. Oh, why don't black people have more? And you got all nations telling you, oh, because you don't got no love. The Chinese come together, we have this. They tell you. Yep. The Africans come together and we got this. But y'all, you hate on each other. Right? You want to steal and rob from each other. So this communist mind state, right, without all the other chaotic things that they're doing in Cuba, we were all supposed to have common and the same thing, right? And America don't want that. America don't. So because we all supposed to have the same thing, I'm going to set embargoes. I'm going to control the flow of economics through this country because united you stand, right? Y'all see that? I'm not saying the Cuban king is righteous either, because we know they ain't keeping the laws of the Most High either, right? But y'all get that, right? Why I'm saying that and bringing that point out is because you will call us communists. Go ahead, read. Finish that.
That was it.
No, read on.
And with great power gave the apostles witness of the resurrection of the Lord Jesus, and great grace was upon them all. Right.
So we had all things common. Right? We all had some things in unity. Why? Because we were thinking about each other. Right? We were thinking about the nation. So let's jump back, finish it up. Is it 34? Oh yeah, go ahead. Jump to verse 34.
Verse 34. Neither was there any among them that lacked.
See? Because we have all things common. Right? We were worried about the next man. Right? We were there worried about the next brother, the next sister. But here's the little thing in there. Everybody was giving, receiving. It wasn't you just taking and then not giving back. That's the difference. Then when it's time for you, oh, you got on your feet, you got a job, you got this, you got that, right? They use their car to drive you and move you and help you, but when you got yours, it was like, I can't do it. That is wrong, right? They were there to counsel you and to deal with you, but you can care less about achieving the sisterly elder woman level to give back what is being done to you. See, this is that selfish mind. Why you don't even pay attention to it. You're thinking like, it's my prerogative to grow in the spirit or not, but you're selfish as hell. It is your prerogative, but you're selfish as hell because you're supposed to be fighting for that next man, that next sister, the next brother. Y'all understand? So why do we do it? Because as you freely receive, you freely what?
Yeah.
See? Look not on thine own, but looking on the things of others. And that's what this is supposed to be about. So until we get that idea down and understand that more, it's always going to be this, damn, it's a struggle. It's hard. It's hard work. Right? We got to think more about the next brother, the next sister, and unify on every level. Not just financial or land or whatever. On every level. Y'all get that? All right, go ahead.
For as many as were possessors of lands or houses sold them, and brought the prices of things that were sold.
Yeah.
And laid them down at the apostles' feet.
So this is how they achieved that where you're in need of more, you're in need of less. This is the same thing we're reading from thousands of years, all the way back. Think about that. That's all the way back when we barely became a nation, and it was a tradition all the way in something AD, 2-3 AD, right? Check that out. So let's jump back in Numbers. Y'all get that point. Go ahead. Yeah.
I know this will probably take us off the topic.
Right? Dramatic pause. Go ahead. We got it.
So I see who's selling. Who was buying?
Expound.
So they sold their possessions, their land, right?
Oh, who's buying?
Yeah.
I mean, any nation, right?
Okay. I kind of thought that, but I went to it.
But let's think about this. Is it wrong to sell to them? No, because we know that in the Bible, right? But did we have control of our land? Okay, so let's put in perspective what I mean. If we had our land, we know biblically, you're not selling your land to nobody that's a non-Israelite. Okay, but we're being ruled right now by Romans, right? Not having our land, right? So where do we mingle among? The heathen, right? In these different nations. So we can say for the time, right? If it was just land, right? We could sell it to anybody. But we were dealing with Israelites first and foremost. Okay, because everybody wasn't in the truth. Everybody wasn't serving the gospel. Like, think about the numbers they were dealing with. It wasn't, and everybody served the Lord. No, it wasn't like that. So, just to kind of know that it first was with Israel, especially when it came to our land. But did we sell to other nations? That's in the law too. We can sell things and deal with the other nations on certain things. Right? I mean, that makes sense?
It makes sense.
Based on the entirety of the gospel. There was points that we would, When we were in our own land, nobody would. Listen, in our own land, you go back, we read it last week, you weren't selling or moving your land to anybody but your tribe. Okay. But we mingle among the heathen, have different plots of land, different investments. You might have sold that, I would think, above all, to your brother first. And then if not, you would sell it to the people of the land to get this money. Right? Go ahead.
Numbers chapter 33 and verse 54.
Yeah.
I'm at the second precept.
Uh-huh.
And it says, and to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance.
Right.
Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falleth. According to the tribes of your fathers ye shall inherit. But if ye will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes and thorns in your side, and shall vex you in the land where ye dwell.
Okay, this is a very important scripture, especially to what is going on the internet. It's important to know that this is why they stuck around. This is why they were a thorn. This is why the nations were still there. All the Canaanites, Jebusites, Girgashites, Parasites, right? All of them weren't all destroyed. And because of this verse, is why they vexed us in a lot of ways. And we kept getting into things and problems with these nations. Right? The Most High said, exterminate them. And when you did, this will happen. Go ahead.
Verse 56. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them.
Okay, all right. We're jumping over to Ecclesiastes 40th chapter. I guess that's me. Yes, sir.
I want to say for certain, I do understand. That's where my mind, my understanding is coming from. Also, to add is Christ told them that when you see Jerusalem compassed with the army, right, to flee to the mountains. So it would make sense for those who have committed themselves to the Lord, right, would be making preparations, right, to leave everything behind. That's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they knew destruction was imminent. But like now, we know destruction is imminent, but you still have a house. You still have a car. Right? You have these things for the time being. But know that what? That's not where your treasure is. Come. No doubt. Right? No doubt. We live in this moment and we try to use the world. But we're not living for the world. Right? Yes, sir. Ecclesiastes 40, verse 1. And we touched on this a little bit with Genesis, right? Great travail is created for every man, and heavy yoke is upon the sons of Adam, from the day that they go out of their mother's womb till the day they return to the mother of all things. Now, this is the scripture, it's in the reading today, but this was the scripture that was going to go with Adam and his curse, which is what? You're going to till the ground. And this is the travail at the sweat of thy brow, right? This is the travail that we have to partake in because Adam sinned, right? Their imagination of things to come and the day of death trouble their thoughts and cause fear of heart. You know, in the end, the scripture says death is imminent. The Most High said that's going to happen to all flesh. You know, I don't think I started thinking of death until I got older. You know, like when you're 25, you can what? Jump off bridges, jump out of cars, you know what I mean, jump off mountains, and you're like, nothing's never gonna happen. Then when you get older, you're like, whoa, death is imminent, right? Right, you're like, this is coming sometime in at least 30 some years, if not tomorrow, right? What?
I was about to say, when I was younger, when I used to have conversations with my grandfather, he used to talk about it all the time. He's like, yeah, I'll die someday. He was always talking about someone dying, and I think just having those conversations is where I made peace with. And I would be. I mean, if I die, you know, it's not gonna be. It's not the. It is the end of the world, but your world, but it's not as bad as you think it is. Like that's
it's not as bad as you think it is.
Right.
Yeah. God, that's the mind state we gotta come to. Like, but that haunts us. And what it's saying is that this is what's on all flesh. We're not immortal like we went over in Wisdom of Solomon. He created us to be immortal. Now we'll hunt you. Damn, if I eat this burger, how am I gonna feel the next day? Damn, if I drink this liquor, damn, or this wine, how much can I drink? Right? You're like, right? That's why I don't even drink no more. I'm like, this is like how it makes me feel the next day. I'm like, one beer now. It's like, as opposed to when you're 20-something, you're drinking what? Gallons of Remy. Right. Now it's like, I can't even enjoy a beer because I'm like, bruh, my body that's whack. I don't even want to get out. I feel yucky, right? That's the flesh. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about because it's a beer for one brother, a sandwich for another brother. But the young men, you're like, what? Nope. I'm gonna stack this turkey sandwich with double meat, lettuce, no lettuce, no tomatoes, double meat on top of me, right? Yeah, you gotta grip a sauce, right? Because I'm gonna what? Live forever, right? But when you open, you're like, bro, if I eat this right now, I'm gonna be dead tomorrow. I'm gonna die. Right? Hey, yo. That's what we have to look out for. I mean, but truly, all jokes aside, young men of wisdom, when you become that age, you're supposed to be considering your actions and what it say, not wishing death on you in the era of your life. Not bringing death on you, no matter what age you are, to be real about this. You should be considering that at a young age. Like, you know what? No, there's consequences for my action. And I could die any minute doing something stupid. Right? You got to count the cost. I can get in a ride and hit 90 up the highway. I'm sorry, that's too slow. I can hit 110 up the highway. And you know what? Somebody might cut me the hell off. Right? Consideration, right? Considering what can happen. But this is on the sons of man, right? Their thoughts, it says, and cause fear of heart, which is what? Anxiety. Again, let me watch what I do. It can be negative or positive, right? Let me watch what I do. Let me not move like that because death can come upon me. From him that sitteth on the throne of glory, unto him that is humbled in the earth and ashes. Yeah. Right? Whether you're king supreme, I know, I always bring it out. Trump gotta be thinking about, damn, I can't eat no more sandwiches like this. Right? Somebody gotta be telling him, he gotta be telling himself, this ain't gonna keep working for me, right? From the king to the cat in ashes, right? From him that weareth purple and a crown, unto him that is clothed with a linen frock. In a wrath and envy, trouble, and unquietness, fear, death, and anger, and strife, and in the time of rest upon his bed, his night sleep do change his knowledge. Right? It changes the way you think. Tossing and turning, the nightmare, the continual nightmare, the continual dream, right, can change the way you think. And you tossing and turning. It can change your mind, right? It says, a little or nothing is his rest, like I felt last night. Right? You go home, leave class at 10:30, 11. You get home at 11:30. You eat, it's 12. Right? You sit there and enjoy a little Netflix or do a little reading till what? Okay, 2 or 3. And then you get 4 hours of sleep. Because why? You got to get up and use the bathroom. That takes about 45 minutes. Unless you drop pebbles, I know. And you get up and leave. Right? You sisters don't use the restroom, you drop pebbles, I get it. But brothers be up in there for like 45, sweating. I don't know what it is with me. You know? I'm doing computer work on the toilet. You said eat on the toilet? I don't know about that. Who's eating on the toilet? Nah, no eating on the toilet. No, but
He's thinking about food.
But y'all get it. This is what befalls all of us, right? It says, and afterward, he is in his sleep. Oh, okay. A little or nothing is his rest, and afterwards is his sleep, as in a day of keeping watch, trouble in the vision of his heart, and as if he were escaped out of battle. You wake up, you like. Don't eat at night, then you toss and turn, you really get sleep, you gotta get up early, and then what? It's like your body feels not rested, especially if you eat crappy. You really feel like you're dragging. Remember, unless you're 12 or 13 or 14 or 20, you know what I mean? I remember when you eat anything, wake up the next day like it was nothing. Right? Now it's like everything drags you. Right? So you got to be careful what you eat. My dinner when I got home was cucumbers and tomatoes with some dressing on it. That was dinner. Right? Right? That was dinner. Right? But the other night, it was that po' boy. Man, that had me jacked up the next day. At 12 o'clock at night, even though it was fish, that had me dead.
I thought of that too when you made the call.
Yeah, you're like, that po' boy's gonna kill you.
It was late too.
It was too late to eat a po' boy that late. Right? This is the flesh, it's garbage, ain't it? But this is what happens when sin, the body, takes over the earth, the air, the land, the sea, the mind, the spirit, the breaking of the commandments. It what? Everything suffers. What did he say in Wisdom of Solomon? I didn't create it that way, but you called it to yourself. Right? It says, when all is safe, he awaketh and marveleth that fear was nothing. It was just a dream. Right? Such things happen unto all flesh, both man and beast. Check that out. Animals have dreams, right? And this is sevenfold more upon sinners. So if you think you're going through a trial, imagine the drug dealers, the dope dealers, the fornicators, what are they sleeping, tossing and turning and seeing that the Most High is going to deal with them. It says death and bloodshed and sword, calamity, famine, tribulation, and the scourge. These things are created for the wicked, right? And for their sakes came the flood, right? They called it to themselves. Please drown us. Please submerge us to where we can't even breathe no more. I want to die. Take me to jail. We called it to ourselves. Like when you're doing and breaking the commandments and the laws, man, you're calling for the ass whooping. And that's what we got to see. We got to see that our actions, there will be repercussions, right? We talked about that, going over that Genesis. These things are created for the wicked, and for their sakes came the flood. All things that are of the earth shall turn to the earth again. You see, we go right back into the elements, break down. That's what your body was created to do. This is why you don't burn your body. You're supposed to let it go through the accumulative, what is it? I always get that wrong. Is that it? The circle of life? Yeah. Yeah, I always get that. I can't say that. But the circle of life, right? And that which is of the waters do return unto the waters. This is how you know what? All flesh is not the same flesh. Right? We didn't go through that process of having fins and scales, and then next you know, turning from that into a little monkey that walks. Right? It says, return into the sea. All bribery and injustice shall be blotted out, but true dealing shall endure forever. Righteousness is immortal. How do I become more righteous and denounce the wickedness, the old man that's within me? The goods of the unjust shall be dried up like a river. Oh man, when you go to Job and you go to Proverbs, it tells you that the good, the riches, their riches are laid up for the righteous. I can go into a whole rant about biblical rant about this, but look, all through the scriptures it tells you the wicked, all they prepare, all this, all that gold and jewels and Fort Knox, that's ours. Right? All the Vatican, all that, you see the crown Jews, that's us. Right? So all these things are going to be prepared for us and laid up for us. But true dealing shall endure forever. The goods of the unjust shall be dried up like a river, and shall vanish with noise like a great thunder and rain. And we know what that noise is. It's a combination of bombs and the blast of the Most High, or rather Yahweh Shai, that thunder. Right? Imagine the earth. You imagine that strongest thunder. Yahweh Shai shows us sin with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, the trumpet. A trumpet that the whole world will hear, and the earth is nothing. Imagine thunder through the whole earth. That's how the earth, that's how America, that's how the world is going to feel the wrath of the Father, right? When you sit down and meditate on it, it's scary as hell. You can see why all knees shall bow, all knees shall be weak as water, right? Men shall be like women. Right? In that day, it ain't going to be nothing else but what? Crying and begging, right? While he openeth his hand, he shall rejoice. So shall transgressions come to naught. Transgressions, come to naught. And, yeah, I mean, that's self-explanatory. Right? We know that the works of iniquity, that all the things they accumulated, right, is going to come to naught, right? The children of the ungodly shall not bring forth many branches. Look at your generations. Think about it. Look at the generations that are raised with that wicked mind state. They get murked at 23 years old. I loved him. He was good. But he don't got no kids. Your generation's done. Right? And if you have another wicked seed, that wicked seed is going to be taken out. Why? Because what are you teaching them? Right? The children of the ungodly shall not bring forth many branches, but are as unclean roots upon a hard rock. They're like weeds. What you do with the weeds? The Most High said they're meant for fire. They're meant for burning. The weed growing up upon every water and bank of a river shall be pulled up before all grass. Check that out. That's crazy, ain't it? There's that another analogy showing what? Another idiom of showing that men were referred to as what? Trees. Right? You see it all through the Bible, right? Bountifulness is as a moist, fruitful garden, and mercifulness endureth forever. Blessed are the what? Peacemakers. Blessed are the peacemakers. Blessed, I think it says, blessed is the merciful, right?
Yeah, it did.
In Matthew 5, right? Is it Matthew 5? I think it is. Yeah. Blessed are the merciful. Right? They shall receive mercy. Right? So, once again, what spirit do you come in? Remember, to the froward he shall breathe for. You got it?
Oh yeah.
5 and what?
5 and 7.
Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 5 and verse 7. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. They shall obtain mercy.
The other scripture we went over the other day, a few classes back, it said what? It said, to the merciful I will be merciful. To the froward I will be what? I wanted this. I was screaming it out when y'all were going over that. You know what I was saying? Be careful what you put into the universe. You always want to be Mrs., Mr. You know what? I don't see why they stupid, why they slow, but you're stupid and slow. Like, you put this out there like you ain't going to be accountable for the same thing. Well, I'm not the same. No, you're not the same. You are on a different pendulum, the same. So if you judge how you want to be judged, you'll start to see how to look at others the proper way. We got to dial that back. Dial that all the way back and look at yourself before you try to judge others. Then you'll see, wait a minute. I might not be doing the exact same thing, but I got a lot of work on too, right? Okay? So, the merciful. You will receive mercy. To labor, and to be content. With that a man hath is a sweet life. What that go with? Timothy's, right? Godliness with contentment is gain. Right? Get it for me real quick. The Most High said, to labor and to be content with that a man hath is a sweet life. Why? Because the scripture tells us what? The love of money. It's the root of all evil. It pierces you. Right? To be content. Read it. Read where you're at, right?
1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 6.
Go ahead.
But godliness with contentment is great gain. For we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out.
Right. See? Godliness with contentment. Being content is peace. It's sweet. But when you are ruled by desires, achieving, accumulating the things you might not have, and you don't see what you do have, nothing will bring you happiness. I know it sounds like a saying. It is a saying. The saying is what we're reading. Right? But jump up where it says money is the root of the love of money. It's in the same chapter, right? Yeah, jump up. Verse 10. Or down. Down. Go ahead.
Verse 10. For the love of money is the root of all evil.
Go ahead.
While some coveted.
Right? Meaning their whole desire, their whole job, life. Right? Go ahead.
They have erred from the faith.
See, they what?
Erred from the faith.
See, when your whole desire is that, there's nothing wrong with money, but when your love and your desire is that, you err from faith. Why? Because you're not content. And there's no true happiness except for achieving the next, and the next. Go ahead.
And pierce themselves through.
See, this is the key. Why does it say here, is a sweet life when you're content? Because when you're thriving for nothing but those riches, it pierces, it cuts something out of you. Go ahead.
And pierces themselves through with many sorrows.
See? Because the eyes of man are full. What does it say? He's never satisfied. I paraphrase that one. But it's like in Ecclesiastes, I think it is.
Yeah, 14.
Oh, it is Ecclesiastes?
Yeah, 14.
14 and what?
I think 14 and, let me see.
10?
10.
Read. What is it?
9. Yeah.
Oh, okay, read 9.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 14, verse 9. A covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion.
See, a covenant man, see, that's why I pierce you through. Because it doesn't matter what you get. Nothing never makes you happy. You got the new whip, but it's the old whip now. You got the new house, right? But the sink is leaking. The toilet is this. This has this problem. Like, you're going to see, if your mind thinks that comfort is going to come through carnality, you start to see that you get pierced. And let's deal with words that we understand a little bit better. You get irritated with everything. You get vexed with everything. It bothers you. Because it's not to this standard of living that you may have set. So there's got to be a contentment with what things you're blessed with. Go ahead.
And the iniquity of the wicked.
The what? The iniquity. The iniquity. See, because it's a wicked desire. Right? Go ahead.
And the iniquity of the wicked dries up his soul.
Yeah, and that dries up your soul, man. Look at you, brother. You're doing overtime plus overtime and with a little bit of overtime. Because that's what your life is geared towards, right? So it'll dry up your soul. So y'all got that, right? I'm going to jump back. But he that findeth a treasure is above them both. Well, what does that mean? What treasure are you supposed to be looking for? We know what Christ said. Matthew 6 and 19. Lay up yourself treasures in heaven. Matthew 6:33. Right? Seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High and his righteousness. And all these things shall be added unto you. Right? Verse 19. Children and the building of a city continue a man's name, but a blameless wife is counted above them both. Want me to repeat that? Children and the building of a city continue a man's name. Are you, my son, my daughter? This is what we should all be asking. Are you trying to continue my name, or are you trying to destroy it? Well, what are we teaching our children? To continue the name, or to go do you? You see that? And that's what we're supposed to be teaching. Everything else you can achieve and do. What's first? Yahweh is first. The commandments, the laws, righteousness is first. Yes, you're going to do these other things. But that has to be the first things in life. So you can continue the name of an Israelite. Right? Okay. But a blameless wife is counted above them both. What makes a woman blameless? We'll be here all day. There's so many characteristics and so many scriptures to go in line to show what it means to build this virtue in this woman, right? And to lead her to a blameless mind, right? Okay, the pipe and the psaltery make sweet melody, but a pleasant tongue is, oh my God. This goes with what? God dang. Well, we know so many of these, right? A soft answer turneth away wrath. Right? Sweet words multiply friends. He let his wives win his souls. Right? God. Right? This goes right with that. Then Saul's answer is what? Proverbs 15? 15 and 1? Right? But a pleasant tongue is above them both. Right? And we all are learning that. The Most High definitely has shown me that over the years. How do I approach this situation without breaking the bones and being able to tell or relay this message? Right? How can I be sharp, precise, to get them to feel it, but yet not destructive? Right? That's the skill, right? That we all are trying to obtain. That if you're a study man, woman in the Bible, if you're trying to achieve this wise understanding, one thing we're learning is how to control our mouth. If you're a good woman and a good husband, you're trying to learn, how do I approach my husband with a better tongue? How do I answer my rib with a better tongue? Right? Listen, if we Hebrew Israelites, this should be one of the main points. Right? Okay. Thine eye desire favor and beauty, but more than both corn while it is green. Thine eye desire favor and beauty. Favor and beauty is beautiful, right? But more than both, corn while it is green. Well, you need substance. You need food, right? Good looks ain't gonna good looks ain't gonna feed you, right? Unless you got a. That's what they think, though. What is it?
Oh, okay, I get it. I didn't get it at first.
You didn't get it at first?
No, I got it.
Yeah, that's how they think. I'm gonna show my butt on what is it?
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, yeah. I'm gonna show my butt on OnlyFans. My beauty pays me. Yeah, I was looking at one thing on the one of the porn stars. She said, basically she resented her life as a porn star. She said, I don't want. You seen that? Yeah. You know, I don't want to be known for that. Too late. Too late. It is written in the eternal code of the internet. Somebody's watching you right now, laughing at you. Right? But that's what happens when you sell out your soul. And you look back and you got nothing to really answer for it. Right? I guess with them it's finances. Well, I do got something. I'm totally not a waste. Right? But your integrity's been compromised. When people look at you, they are not going to look at you with respect. What?
Got a question online. It's on the topic.
What's that?
He has a question on Matthew chapter 16, verse 26. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?
Right. He has a question on that?
He said he wants a better understanding on that verse.
Then it goes right what we're going over. Like, what's the benefit if your whole life you're working to accumulate carnal things to the point you got the whole world in your hand, right? Like, think of kings. When they go to aspire to take kingdoms, it's like none of them says, you know what, man, we took Russia, let's chill out now. They want all of it. And when they achieve all of it and die in their bed, like Alexander the Great of syphilis, or Caligula getting damn stabbed to death in an alley, yeah, right? Or these other kings, like a lot of these kings, they were killed damn by their own people. You got all these things, but what did it do in the end? Nothing. So what if you gain the whole world, but you lose the thing that is meaningful to you, which is your spirit, right? Right? All the things you put in your soul to achieve these different levels. Because if you want in this world to achieve that level of success and stardom and riches, you have to compromise on some level. I watched that interview with Ice-Cube the other day, and he said basically he don't run in the circles of the Illuminati. Okay, but I guarantee you along the way, brother, there was somewhere you had to compromise. Like, you don't always have to get in the Illuminati circle and get circle jerked on to achieve, right? But you did something, right? Treating your woman like trash. You came out with music that perpetuated death. You see that? So while we're looking at it, we're like, it wasn't, he's not a part of the Illuminati. He said it. But let's be real. To get up in this system, you didn't get up in there with clean hands. So you got all these riches, but how did you get there? You had to compromise your soul to get there. And that's what it's telling us. What?
Yeah, because if you look at, it's an artist named Kylie P. He from like Florida or so. But they wanted him to compromise. They wanted him to compromise because he was like coming on a more conscious rap.
Right.
But they told him you can't be doing, his label told him he can't do the conscious rap. He got to rap more about killing his people. So they wanted him to compromise with that for him to stay on that label and keep going.
Yeah. And once again, you hear me, I said this the other day, this is not a conspiracy theory anymore. This is literal, everybody showing you what this world is about. Where's that, Psalms?
Psalm 73 and 12.
Go to Psalm 73 and 12. Just on this, Matthew 16 is where he put?
Come on, Matthew 16 and verse 26.
Matthew 16, 26. Go ahead. Where we at?
Psalm chapter 73, verse 12.
Come on, we'll read that. Psalm 73 and 12.
Psalm chapter 73 and verse 12.
Go ahead.
Behold, these are the ungodly who prosper in the world.
See, these are the ungodly who prosper in the world. So you're saying everybody that's wicked out, they have to compromise some way. You can't gain that much riches and not compromise yourself some way. Listen, let's say, okay, Beyonce is not a witch. She already admitted to it. Let's say Jay-Z is not Messianic. He puts that in all the videos and makes himself look Messianic. Still in the trolling you're doing her. Think about it. They're just trolling, right?
Right.
You're still doing her. Because when the Maccabean brother was told to troll the whole nation and act like you're eating pork, and you don't have to really eat pork, he still said, no.
Right.
I'm not going to do it. So, listen, there's a psyche behind this. Like, I'm not really doing it, but I'm going to troll people. That still is a hurt to the people. You have to do something to compromise. So when it says the wicked prosper in this world, what is it telling us? The Gentiles, they seek after riches and they will do anything to achieve that level. That is success to them. That is acknowledgement to them. Right? And we got to watch for that because going back to Timothy, it says, those things pierce your heart. Right? And you never feel accomplished until you gain. Until you gain. Right? Go ahead.
They increase in riches.
They increase in riches. Read.
Verily, I have cleansed my heart in vain.
And what do they say?
Verily, I have cleansed my heart in vain.
Like, y'all talking all that Bible stuff, bro. I gotta get this money. I watched this one YouTuber. I was trying to figure out how this dude gain success. And it was just YouTube, right? He went around doing videos, reaction videos and stuff like that. And the dude is riding around in nice cars, nice house and all that. And what's your next goal? To keep achieving. You ask them all of that, to keep achieving. Not to be complacent and be happy where I'm at. I gotta keep moving up. Their whole life is what? Not to cleanse their spirit, their heart, their mind, because that's broke people thinking, right? That's broke people thinking. Being righteous, put it in the hands of God, it's broke people thinking. Right? You gotta be about nothing about the paper chase. Not knowing that the elders of the Bible were successful without selling out themselves. Right? Every time you look at our elders, their success came through what? Denying the position. Denying to get on their knees. Daniel, right? Shadrach, Meshach, Joseph. I'm not going to bow down to the adultery. You get in that circle, that high elite circle, and when women throw that booty at you to fornicate, to commit adultery, you're like, sheesh. Right? And then enough of that happens until they invite the guy in. And then he's what? Digging you out from the back. Right? So there's some way that you have to be compromised in these situations. So one minute you fornicated, and the next minute you a sodomite. Right? Right. You letting the guy top you off. That's not gay. No, not at all. Right? That's where they compromise themselves. So when the scriptures tell you that the wicked prosper in the world, it's because their mindset is, it's not about the soul. It's not about keeping your godliness jailed and protected. It's about what? Little by little slipping into this dark side. Go ahead.
And washed my hands in innocency.
You see that? I'm innocent for no reason. I'm clean for no reason. I gotta get dirty, man. And how do you get dirty? By any means necessary. Right? Any means necessary. I have to compromise myself. So he's not of the Illuminati, but what did you do to compromise yourself? Q, go ahead.
For all the days long have I been plagued and chastened. And chastened every morning. Right.
I'm doing all this praying, facing the east. You know what I mean? Jehovah, Hashem, Yahushua, man, I gotta get this money. I'm doing all this for nothing. Read.
If I say I will speak.
If I say. This is the key. He's telling you the logic of the ones fighting for the riches. If I say thus, go ahead.
I will speak thus, behold, I should offend against the generation of thy children.
If I speak like this, I'm offending against all the righteousness that my forefathers laid down. And all the things that they went through and did without compromising their booty. They didn't have to compromise themselves. They didn't have to sell their soul. Right? They didn't have to. So you can achieve success. Right? You can't achieve success without selling your soul. So that's what the scripture is saying. What level are you going to go to attain the whole world but lose your soul? Y'all see that? I mean, it goes down. All right, so read on. Let's jump back. All right, I'm in verse. The tongue, the favorite beauty, green. Okay, 23. A friend and companion never meet amiss. Is your rib your friend? Yes. I heard a brother, but she's not my friend. Like, what are you, bro? What are you, the damn Terminator? That don't apply. When it says Bruce Flint, that don't apply to the woman. She's not my friend. It totally applies to the woman. It's telling us they agree together, they never meet amiss. There's not arguments. There should be arguments, disagreements, logic, lack of logic and understanding. If she's humble enough to learn her husband's logic, then you should never meet amiss. When we ride together, we have an understanding with each other. Right? It's not a challenge in a debate of mind state. Yeah, hold on. I got the right too. I'm wise too. And then you trying to upstage your brother. Right? Yeah, look. Where are you at? No, we don't gotta have a PT contest. You don't gotta have a contest like that. I don't see it when we deal with brothers. There's a righteous, what's the word? Competition. Let me get the scripture. I got one. Everybody's adding. But there's not like, look, let me upstage you. It shouldn't be like that in the house. Right? You shouldn't be trying to upstage me. You should be trying to learn. You should be trying to learn from me. Well, what about you learning from me? How can I learn from you when you don't even know what learning is? You won't accept the humility to accept learning. Think about it. Ask yourself, can you learn from your husband? And stay humble. And say, I need to learn his concept, his leadership. Right? I see you nod your head. Right? How long y'all been together? So you got to keep that now. See, the nod, yeah, I can learn from my husband. Keep that honeymoon mentality, because that's going to take your relationship further. But as you get further and down this road, and your opinion don't matter, can you keep that? And what I mean your opinion don't matter, meaning that every time your opinion comes out, he overrides it with the knowledge of the scriptures. Can you stomach that all the way to you know? And it's different, ain't it? It's a different way of thinking. I feel this way. Well, the scriptures say this. And then your opinion don't matter. Well, I guess my opinion doesn't matter. No. It does. Like, nobody understands that? Your opinion don't matter. Well, I feel this way. So I don't supposed to think this way? No. No. You're supposed to think the way the scriptures say, but you would never understand that because you're what? You're not trying to understand the concept that your husband is teaching you. That's why we, as friends, we meet and miss a lot. There's arguments. Well, I just won't talk. That doesn't get us nowhere. Won't you do what the scriptures say? We're at the doorstep of the wise and inquire and try to learn how to serve great men. Oh, your mind is not on serving great men because you're greater. This is why we meet and miss. This is why there's arguments and debates and confusion, and we're not in one mind and one judgment. So, hallelujah. Keep that mind. Because that mind, why you shaking your head now? You think I'm being condescending? But I am. I am being condescending because you know why? In the beginning, it's always like that. But keep that. So you can grow into that righteous woman down the road. Because that mindset is pure. I am being funny, but I'm not. Because that mindset is pure. And that's the only way you're going to keep understanding him. Right? Where we at? A friend and a companion never meet or miss, but above both is a wife with her husband. Well, we have Ecclesiastes 25:1 that agree together. Right? A man and a woman that what? Agree together. How come you don't agree? How come you don't agree? There's opinions that vary. Right? And then there's Becky. He's controlling your mind. Which is what? What you learn in the world. So why is there always two different opinions? Because I got the right to have an opinion. But where's your opinion coming from? And are you trying to learn what I'm trying to show you? You see, there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect between wives and husbands. And that unity is not there because the wife don't want to what? I think I know, and there's nothing you can show me. Now, you only know when you exemplify the characteristics of a godly woman. Otherwise, your attitude, the spirit you're coming off in, you can't respect me, you want to debate me all the time, you are not to be acknowledged as a righteous woman. You're not a righteous woman when you're constantly debating and arguing and going back and forth and doing what the scriptures say a wicked woman is. It's like walking up a sandy hill. And every point I'm trying to get you to learn, you don't want to learn, you want to debate and argue because you got an opinion. Okay, so I ask you, is your opinion worth more than your husband? I got a lot of damn head shakes up in here. I'll say, Barakatah Yehovah, Shalom Mashiach Yahushua. I got a lot of sisters right in front of me. Y'all got me focused on y'all. Y'all did that at the same time. My opinion don't matter, sir. Well, hopefully. Does your opinion matter more than your husband? Let's be truthful. For real? It doesn't. That's good. Does your opinion matter more than your husband? Alright. So right up there, you said what?
That's when Satan talks to me, and then his opinion matters.
Oh my God. Verse 24. Brethren and help are against time of trouble. A brother's born for what? Adversity. Born for adversity, right? So we went through that whole chapter showing you there's a person there's a brother there for their own time. There's a sister there that's for their own time. But the Bible is telling us what? That brother's supposed to be there for the time of trouble. But alms above that brother, but alms shall deliver you more than them both. Right? What you do, your alms will speak for you when you need grace and mercy, right? Gold and silver make the foot stand sure. There's nothing wrong with finances, with success, with money, right? The scriptures say money's a what? Defense. So gold will, it make you stand real sure. Right? It make you dance, right? But counsel is esteemed above them both. What do you value more? Counsel, advice, wisdom? Nah, show me that money, right? That's how a lot of our people think. They want to hear that I talk. They want to see the dollar, right? The scriptures are saying otherwise. Riches and strength lift up the heart, but the fear of the Lord is above them both. There is no want in the fear of the Lord. It goes back to why anxiety, why there's no peace of mind, peace of spirit, because you don't got the true Wusa. You don't got the Most High directing your thoughts. He brings peace. Where does the peace come from? Knowing that if I lock into the spirit of the Most High, all these other things is going to work. Not saying you're not going to do the works, but I got to be at peace with what the will of the Father is. Not saying you're not going to do works. It's not the Christian mentality. You lay back and what? The angels are going to come down and they're going to do all the works for you. That's not what this is saying. What it's saying is that my mind state and my thoughts are in the right place. So then when anxiety and loss and not having comes in, above all, I'm at peace in my mind to know that Yahweh is going to met what? He's going to deal with the things like they're supposed to be dealt with. Alright, so this ain't just the Christianity mind state. This is way above that. Right? Y'all get that, right? Okay. Riches and strength lift up the heart, but the fear of the Lord is above them both. There is no want in the fear of the Lord, and it needeth not to seek help. Where does the panic come from? It comes from you don't fear the Most High. If he says he got you, he got you. Right? Whoever put their trust in the Lord and was confounded. Right? Come. Amen. Amen. Huh? Barakatayah. The fear of the Lord is a fruitful garden and covereth him above all glory. My son, lead not a beggar's life, for better is it to die than to beg. The other scripture tells you, like, going from house to house. When I talk about this subject, let's look at the vastness of the scriptures. Not having, falling short, being in need doesn't make you a beggar. So let's not put them in the same category. A beggar is one that literally loves to live like that. Right? Like, you know you can get a job, but if I stand on this corner and I do the mathematics and I get $1 every 2 hours, and I see, right? You're like, in the end of the year, I can have $40,000, $50,000. Why get a job?
You thought of that too, huh?
No, every time I pull up to that one light, the brother's there. He's young, he's healthy, because you got to be healthy standing in the sun. You got to have some healthy ass legs, healthy body. Because I know I couldn't stand up that long. And I'm thinking, bro, what's wrong with this cat? But the problem is, a lot of cats love to lead that beggar's life. So this is a whole different thing than, hey brother, let me borrow $100. You fell short, you needed something. It's not the same thing. Y'all got that, right? Oh, I'm not a beggar. You're a dummy. That's not what the Bible means. And you err not knowing the vastness of the scriptures. Right? When it says lend to your brother, that don't mean he's a beggar. That means he what? He might fall short of something and he's in need. Y'all get that? You see why I'm doing that though, right? Because you have brothers that only read one scripture. Oh, I'm not a beggar. I'm not going to ask that brother. I'm my own man. And you don't know the Bible, brother. You don't be hurting. It just said a brother's there. Your wife is there. So when you don't have, it doesn't mean you're begging. And beggar's life is different. Yeah.
That keeps you from allowing your brother to become that beggar.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean? Expound.
Well, if you have the love for your brother, right, and you want your brother to have everything common with you, right? When your brother asks you, you're not gonna look to, I have my own thing, I gotta take care of what I have. But if you purpose in your heart that whatever Yahushua gave you, right, you're gonna allow that to be something that you're able to freely give, so that your brother can rest assured that he can depend on Yahweh through you, that your sister can depend on Yahweh through you.
Right.
But if you're not doing that, if you're not in that model, then your brother or your sister going to fall to that beggar's life.
Yeah. Y'all got that? Makes sense. Read on. Come. Let me read it again. Read it one more time. Let me see here. 26. Riches and strength lift up the heart. Oh, okay. The fear of the Lord is we read that? Oh, right. 29. The life of him that dependeth on another man's table is not to be counted for a life. For he polluted himself with other men's meat. But a wise man, well nurtured, will beware thereof. Begging is sweet in the mouth of the shameless, but in his belly there shall burn in fire. Right? So that lifestyle is what the Most High is reminding us of. The burning in the belly is what? Deep down. Deep down in your spirit that what you're doing and taking from other men You know it's wrong. That's the burden, right? You know that it's off. You know that every day you stand on that corner. What's your cash app? Bro, the brother got some cash app, bro. He has an iPhone and a cash app.
It's like an iPhone 13. It's new.
But he knows deep in his belly, dog. He knows that this is shameless. This is shameful, right? He knows. Because at the end of the day, what is tearing him up? But he could be out there for addiction, right? He could be out there for addiction. But he can overcome those things if he applies his mind, his spirit, right? And a lot of them know that. But it's easy for them. Now, we've got ex-brothers like this that transcended, but a lot of them love to just live like that. It's easier. I don't have to have no accountability to a job, to bills. I could just go eat off your plate. It's a couch surfer, right? So that's what Spirit is talking about, a beggar's life. All right? All right.
Some of those guys make some real money. One of my friends' uncle in Rochester used to make like $200 a day standing out there. Oh yeah, he had the belly and everything. He was living good. He would kick up after he come from his little corner.
$200 a day? Who's making $200 a day?
He'd make $200 off a day off
a good day. You can make a lot of money standing out there for 8 hours.
He ain't going to work.
He ain't going to work. I can eat. And it's okay. I'll build me a little makeshift thing, tent downtown. A lot of people like that lifestyle. Bro, anybody can work at a 99-cent store and get you a one-bedroom shack, right? There should be no way, but we're dealing with mentality. We're dealing with, it's a logic, it's a thinking behind it, it can be addiction behind it. You know, the scriptures ain't shaming them, but it should be a shame if you love that lifestyle, right? We know there's other things that are involved with this, but this is dealing with a person that just loves to live that way, right? And there could be a change of that. Yeah.
Yeah, some of these people really.
Talk a little louder.
Some of these people really be having like major issues. Like back in the Bronx, my grandma's neighbor, he bought a couch he used to post up at the corner. And one time we asked him, because he lived right next to her. And we asked, why do you do? He was like, because I can't stand my wife. Like, some issues really be that bad.
I mean, you'd rather dwell on the rooftop or lay with a dragon than, like, yeah.
He was laid up, but he had a couch, he had a dog. Like, he was chilling.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's something wrong with him, too. Yeah, anyway. All right, any questions on it? Yeah.
Oh, no, I just want to throw a little comment.
Go ahead.
When I first started reading the Bible, I come across scriptures like that. Coming out the world, we used to listen to Smack DVD, the battle rap and all that. So when I hear scriptures like that, I'm just like, dang, man, the Most High got bars, man.
Yeah, the funny thing is he's poetic. Like, all these men that were endued with wisdom and understanding, like, you read this and you're like, where could I read those things? Like, even when you look at poetry and you look at these different poets, they stole a lot from this. Like, you read a lot of poetry, it's like, yeah, that sounds like Proverbs. Some Solomon said, twisted. Now, we can say this was first written, right? So all your Greek poets, all your European poets, right? If there's any really American poets, is there? Not a lot, right? You could see and see that, well, a lot of it comes from the knowledge of the Most High. Because these men of the past, man, they, like it says, they were endued. Like when you go to 44:1, let us now praise famous men and our fathers that begat us. The Lord wrote great glory by them through his great power from the beginning. Such as did bear rule in their kingdoms and renown for their power, giving counsel by their understanding and declaring prophecies, right? Leaders of the people by their counsels and by their knowledge of learning meet for the people, wise and eloquent in their instruction. Like the Most High blessed these men with wisdom that literally transcends time. And all these things, everything we read literally is applicable during our time. Right now, here and now. Right? So yeah, you nailed it with that. The Most High got, better yet, the Most High got bars, right? Basically what I'm trying to say is, could I borrow $5 No. Alright, so any other questions? Yeah.
I just wanted to know what the name Eleazar means.
Eleazar, let's look it up in Hebrew.
And
Kadesh, yeah. What chapter is that? Numbers what? Where is it? Right, so when you want to look up these things, you go to your My Sword and eSword. Make sure you have the concordance turned on. So what verse is it? 32 and what? 32 and 28, what do we got? 32, 28 here. What does Eleazar mean? Okay, so Eleazar, Eliezer, I mean, that's Eleazar. Of course, was the high priest. Yahweh has helped. Right? Yahweh has helped. Or God has helped, right? Allah is power. Izar is help. Yeah. Izar is help. So, Allah Izar. Yeah, Yahweh is help. And what's the other one? Kadesh. What verse was that? Yeah, but that's after a man's name too. 32 and 8? 33 and what? 33 and 37. What do we got? We have Kadesh, Quadash in Hebrew. Oh, holy. We should have got that one. But that English translation is Quadash. Right, which is holy. Yeah.
On this one, I got sanctuary.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Quadash, we know that word to be holy. Quadash. That's beautiful. All right, was that it? Okay, anything online? See if anything is online. Anybody got anything online before we finish up the prayers?
He says, I have a question. Revelations 7, chapter 7, verse 9. Song, as in singing, music, or poem, exclamation point. Can you give a clarification or a better understanding of it?
Revelation 7. 7 and 9. Oh, palms. This is palms. Palms in their hand. Right? Right. So you can read it. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 7 and verse 9. After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes, and palms in their hands.
Right, and palms in their hands. Right? So, yeah, it's palms, not psalms. It's just, yeah, I didn't notice that either. That it's spelled the same way, huh? Right?
No.
Oh, it's not? See? Oh, it looks the same, yeah. But that's palms, right? Right. Right. And when you go into the palms represented what? Like when we would wave the palms in the law, right? And what is it? Uh, 23 and 40. Leviticus 23 and 40. Just on the palms. I'm not sure if that's what he wants us to go into, but yeah, it's not psalms, it's palms and kind of what we use the palms for. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 23, verse 40.
And
ye shall take you on the first day of the
first day, the bowls
of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook. And ye shall rejoice before the Lord your God 7 days.
So we would do what with the palm trees? We would wave them, right? This was an act of us rejoicing in this time, right? So that's just symbolic of us rejoicing. That's all that was. Okay, and go ahead. Verse 41.
Come. And ye shall keep it a feast unto the Lord 7 days.
Right. So you see that during the feast, we would grab the bowls, we would grab the trees, and we would wave them. Right? This would be the symbolic of us rejoicing during this time, and it represents the gathering, right, of the fruit. What, you got something else? Right. Okay, there you go. Go to 2nd Esdras. And this will give a... Oh, that's beautiful. That goes right with the law. Go to 2nd Esdras 2 verse 45.
2nd Esdras chapter 2 verse 45. He answered and said unto me, these be they that have put off the mortal clothing, and put on the immortal, and have confessed the name of Yahweh. Now are they crowned and receive palms. They said, I am to the angel, what young person is it that crowneth them, and giveth them palms in their hands?
Right, so giveth once again, that palm is what? Just a symbol of rejoicing, right? Who emulates that? The Greeks, where they come and they put the little crown on your head. What do they call that thing? The flower. It's a little flower crown they put on their head. And then they hand them what? They hand them flowers, right? It represents what? In when the women are the beauty pageants, what do? They crown them, and then they give them palms in their hands. So what? Represent, they're the champion, right? They're the winners. Well, all the ones that the Most High chosen, the 144,000, are going to be what? Crowned and given what? Palms. You're the chosen, right? Rejoice. All right. That's a good one. Very good one. All right. Anything else? Anything else online? Yes.
So, going off of that verse, you know it's 144,000, but when it says, which no man can number.
Right, amongst a multitude. Right? And verse 9, and I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man can number. So you got the 144,000, right? And then I looked and I see another amongst these multitude, right? Because remember, the 144,000 is among the 1/3. Right, if the 1/3 is going to be saved, then the 144,000 got to come from them. Right? And they were the elite. But these are they that what? Dress in white robes, that are the chosen. Right? Alright. Okay. Alright. Anything else? We go over that too. In Revelations, in Ezra's. Yeah. Yeah.
Online?
Mm-hmm.
I think we covered it, but the brother asked about Matthew 16:26. So I think we covered it.
We covered that. We covered that earlier. We covered that earlier. Oh, is that enough?
Yeah.
What did it say?
Luke 16:19-24.
Was he in here when we? Oh, wait a minute. Let's go there. Oh, okay, see, okay, I got you. So it's Luke 16. Go ahead.
Luke chapter 16, verse 19. There was a certain rich man,
right,
which was clothed in purple and fine linen, and fared.
I'm sorry. And fared, right. Fared.
And fared sumptuously every day.
Meaning that he had all the good things that the world had to offer, right? He had all the amenities. He fared sumptuously, right? Okay. Now, let me say this. Every parable and everything in the gospel that Yahushua refers or uses a parable about is literal truth stuff. When he says the seed of the sower, is the seed of the sower a real thing? Or is that some fake thing?
It's a concept.
Okay. When he says they were bidden to the marriage, and he uses the analogy of the servants bidden to the marriage, is marriage a real thing? Or is it coming from a fake place? Okay. Everything that Yahushua spoke on was to show us that he's pulling from something. Right? And he uses it in parable form. I'm saying that to say, when we read this, it ain't because he's make-believing some story up and it's not real. So how do we know hell is a real place? Because Yahushua is telling us it's a real place. It's not make-believe. Oh yeah, that's just parable. Parable for what though? For a fake place? Okay, now, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelites that think, which don't make any sense, that there's a kingdom, a spiritual realm, a place of rejoicing in the heavens, where you're with the angels, right? And you're going to sit with them, and you're going to be with Yahweh in his abode. But they don't think that there's a place of hell or punishment. This is clear that Yahushua says what? That this place is a place. So I want to get that clear because I'm very familiar with this right here, right? But I want to say that in the beginning. Go ahead.
Verse 20. And there was a certain beggar named Lazarus.
Right.
Which was laid at the gate.
So the two main characters, the rich man, right? He had all the amenities in life. He had all the things that you would desire, you want. And then there was this other guy, Lazarus, right? He was low. He was without. He didn't have. Well, we just went over the scriptures on how a lot of people achieve in this world, right? So it's not only that this rich man was rich, but let's get that out of the way. We're talking about, well, how did he receive his riches? And we're going to get some understanding why he's in one place and Lazarus is in another. Okay? Go ahead.
Full of sores.
Right?
And desired to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich's table.
Right. He was the guy out, without, not having. Right? He was the guy that was broke down. Right? The bums. Now, even in that, I want to just go back to what we went over. The bum are all people that are low living a beggar's life. Okay, so don't say every cat that's low is trying to live this beggar's life. I mean, just a side note. This Lazarus was without. He was in need. He was sore, and he was in need of help. Go ahead.
Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores.
Right.
And it came to pass that the beggar died.
Right.
And was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom.
Mm-hmm.
The rich man also died and was buried.
So, you see why I just brought out what we read. Because in one moment you read, don't live a beggar's life. But in another moment you read, well, Lazarus was a beggar. Right? Or he begged. Well, what's the difference? What's the difference? You got people that ask that are in need, but then you got people that want to live a life of a beggar. And I can get a job and I can do, as opposed to a man that is broke down and has to ask. Y'all get that? 23, 30-year-old healthy young man that I want to travel Europe, so I'm going to couch surf till I get to Europe. I'm going to eat off your plate till I get to Europe. I won't get a job, but I want to live this life, as opposed to the man that is down and out and need and broke down physically. It said he had sores. So what illness, what disease, what sickness? Right? Y'all see that? You see how we can put things in perspective as opposed to all beggars are wicked? Different mentality. What?
Yeah, I got the law on how you're supposed to handle the poor.
Right. Go ahead. Where you at?
Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 7.
Uh-huh.
It says, if there be among you a poor man,
right,
one of thy brethren, within any of thy gates in thy land,
right,
which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy brother.
Right. So he's what? He might be in need. So let's put things in perspective on living a beggar's life as opposed to broke down and you can't do nothing and you're in need. Y'all get that? Okay, that's the difference, yeah. He put Deuteronomy what?
15 and 7. We go through 8 as well.
Go ahead. You want a picture?
Okay.
Go ahead.
But thou shalt open thy hand wide unto him, and shall surely lend him sufficient for his need.
Right.
And that which he wanted.
Right. So, y'all see that? All right. So, go ahead and read on.
Verse 23. And in hell he lifted up his eyes.
So, the rich man, now, we could go through the scriptures and say, well, why do you go to hell? Are you going to hell because of money? No, we just went over this, so I don't have to go over all the scriptures again. It says, those riches pierce you. So this rich man, there was something he did in his life for this money, the reason to live this way, and to put the Most High aside. Exactly what we went over. And what was that? Psalms what?
73 and 12.
Psalm 73 and 12, right? So, you got that man that denounces the Most High. This is why he's in this position and put in hell. He wasn't put there just because he had money. Why? Because you go through the Bible, it tells you what? Money's a defense. Right? That the Most High will bless your habitation. It says, quoting wrong, but he takes pleasure in the prosperity of the servants. So the Most High wants you to prosper. There's nothing wrong with that. But we got the other side in Psalm 73 where now you denounce the Father. And you're saying, why do I not clean? Why am I locked into the Spirit? Why am I worried about the Most High? I got to get money. Y'all see that? Okay. Right. All right, so go ahead and read on.
Being in torment.
Being in what?
Being in torment.
So this man that denounced the Most High was in what?
In torment.
In torments. Right? He was put in a place in the spiritual realm that has torments. Right? Now, how do we know this place is real? Well, there's one scripture that I don't think anybody can get by. Go to, it's in Matthew's, let's go to, let me find it. Matthew's.
Come on, Matthew chapter 10.
And read verse, Mawola, get that. Matthew's 10 and 28.
God, Matthew chapter 10 and verse 28.
Go ahead.
And fear not them which kill the body.
Right. Fear not them which kill the body. Two things here. The body, go ahead.
But are not able to kill the soul.
See? So wait a minute. The Most High is telling you what? The soul can die. Well, we know ain't nobody can kill the soul here on earth. Read.
But rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell.
And what?
Soul and body in hell.
I don't know why you slow to where you don't understand that. What he just said there, it tells you what? There can be a punishment after death, like it says in Esdras. Your soul in hell. So, then I don't think, it don't make sense to me, because really, what you're telling me is there's no repercussions for the wicked. They get to do everything here and still go to the heavens of heavens? That don't make no sense at all. Yahweh Shai puts it in perspective and tells us there is a place that you're going to be punished in for living this lifestyle, a spiritual place, right? So, read on, back in Matthew's.
Verse 29, are not two...
No, that's it on that. Matthew 10 shows us what? Matthew 10:28 shows us what? There is a place that you can suffer after death. The Lord said he can kill your soul, torment your soul, even kill it. He said kill it. That's scary and powerful. Go ahead, jump back to Luke.
Come. And seeth Abraham afar off.
Right.
And Lazarus in his bosom.
Right. So what the Bible is showing us is what? That there's a place. This goes with the Anatolic Bible and Apocrypha. It tells us that there's a separation, but on the same plane. Meaning what? This is all in the spiritual realm. But it's close enough to where we're going to be able to see them and them see us. That in itself is torment, right? Go ahead.
Luke chapter 16, verse 24. And he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus, that he may dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue.
Right.
For I am tormented in this flame.
Right.
But
I am tormented in this flame. The other scripture says, where where, let me get it. Go to Mark 9.
Come on.
9:44.
Mark chapter 9, verse 44.
Right, now, 43.
Come on, verse 43. And if thy hand offend thee,
right,
cut it off.
Right.
It is better for thee to enter into life maimed.
It is better for you to enter into life, eternal life, maimed. Right? Sever this wickedness, this cancer from you. Right? That's eating, that can eventually destroy everything. Sever that from you. Because it's better to enter into the spiritual life, kingdom, maimed. Go ahead.
Than having two hands to go into hell.
To go into hell. Right? Go ahead.
Into the fire.
Into the fire. Go ahead.
That never shall be quenched.
Stop. Why is that important? Because the fire, the trash fire in Jerusalem, right, that was known as hell, that fire could be quenched. Why did he point out the fire that never could be quenched? Because the tradition was this fire in Jerusalem that burns the trash is hell. There's no real hell. Yahweh Shai put it in perspective and said, no. That fire can be burnt out. You can throw water on that fire. But this fire can never be quenched. Read.
Where their worm dieth not.
Where their worm, you can burn up somebody and burn the worms with them. But this worm doesn't die. Right? In this spiritual plane. Go ahead.
And the fire is not quenched.
And that fire never is burnt out. Show me what fire is never burnt out on earth. Any fire can be burnt out. Right? Unless you're saying, well, brother, they're in the volcano. Some people think in the middle of the earth is hell. That is literally in the bottom of the earth.
They said the core of the earth.
The core of the earth is so hot. They think that's where hell is. No, this is a spiritual place where you can destroy the soul and leave it in hell. So this is what he's telling us. He's in this torment. Right? Go ahead.
And if thy foot offend thee, cut it off.
Okay, that's it on that. Jump back to Luke.
Come, verse 25.
Uh-huh.
But Abraham said, son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receivest thy good things.
What verse do you want me to go to? What verse are you at?
25.
Right. So, y'all get that, right? Is that clear? Okay, and we could go over all the hell scriptures through the Bible and all that stuff too. Right? But just answering his question. Remember, we can be here all day. With this topic, we could take another 3 hours and go over hell, the Bible, what it says on it, and really go into those scriptures, right? So, hopefully that answered his question. Okay, all right. Jamaican flag? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Shalom. Jamaican flag. Yes, sir. Anything else online? Right. Yeah.
Precept?
You got the scripture for the subject?
Oh, yeah, hell.
Bro, we can go all day.
Okay.
There's a lot of precepts, and I'm not being funny.
Yeah.
Like, you can add it, but there's so many more that we can go on this topic. And I know we got to get over in a minute. We got to refresh over that for the new brothers and sisters. Because I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelites. I don't understand that. When I'm like, wait a minute, Esau wins? Wait a minute, all this Esau is going to be destroyed, and all they get is just be burnt up here in America, that's it? And then they get to the spiritual realm and get to sup with the angels? I don't know how that process is. It processes because you got to void out the understanding of what Christ said. The Lazarus and your soul in hell. Body and soul is different. So, yeah. Anyway. All right. Any other questions online? If not, we're going to finish up these prayers. Anything else in here? Nothing? Okay. All right. We'll wait a few seconds. The brothers and sisters online, let me remind y'all, go ahead and make sure y'all get y'all Passover money in. All right? Other than that, anything? We got a hand?
I'm into it.
Okay. Nothing online? Okay. I might as well put the aqua down. Right to 15. Stand up. Barakatay ho. Barakatay ho shah. The one Yahweh. For this Sabbath. This day. This rest. We thank you, Yahweh. For the peace. That you bestow on us. The peace of mind. The peace in our spirit. The peace of your word. The one Yahweh. For your comfort. That comforts us. In the day of distress. Please, Yahweh. Continually fill us with the fruits of the Spirit. Put your word in me so it can come out of me as rivers of living water. Put the spirit of study on me. On the wives, the husband, the children, to inquire, to learn, to desire, your spirit. Please remove from me a slothful, wicked, double mind, faithless, unsure, doubting mind. Strengthen the unbelievers. Strengthen the doubters. Ba'ashem Yahushua. We ask of you to raise up prophets, raise up teachers, raise up women, raise up children that have been in your name, and reward them that wait for you, Yahweh. Let thy prophets, let the chosen be found faithful. Yahweh, come, deliver your servant. Come quickly, destroy, root out, take down, break down all nations, all kingdoms that does not desire you. Please, in Yahweh's name, we beg of you. Gather all the tribes of the Iqua together and inherit thou them from the beginning. Make the time short and remember the covenant. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Barakatay ho. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Ha'awa'ah. Nathalanawa. Ha'tawara. Barakatay ho. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Ha'awa'ah. Nathalanawa. A war. La ra'ah. You're supposed to say that. Go ahead. We forgot the first one and the second.
The first one translated in English is, blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the law. The second one is, blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatay Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Ha'awa'ah. Nathalanawa. Ha'ayo. Quara. La Quara'ah. Ha'ayin.
This is, blessed are you, Yahweh, in in the name of Yahweh that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah. Natalanahu. Shaman. Zayah. Lamashah. Yasha'Allah.
This is blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And as always, if you want to get anointed, we will do that after. Psalm 92. It is a good thing, to give thanks, unto Yahweh, and to sing praises, unto his name. O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp, with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad through thy work. Hold on. Has made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hand. O Yahweh, how great are thy works? And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass, and all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, are most high, forevermore. Below thy enemies, O Yahweh, below thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shall thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. We shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desires on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamalawah, Lanawad, Hana, Matawa, Wama, Naayum, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawa, Ayo, Haraash, Yerad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Ayapanya, Matawa, Katol, Karawan, Shayarad, Ayo, Harayah, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Ab, Habaraka, Hayayam, Haywalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that went down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Ba'ashem Yahushua. The water, from God. Amen.
All right. Good Shabbat, man. A lot of information come on, man. Buy the truth, sell it now. Nothing else? Somebody actually has something?
He said his question, but he realized.
Oh, okay. All right. Call it.
Barak. Yahweh Shem Yahushua Rakathon.
Say shalom to everybody online. Shalom, y'all. The water, dismiss, fall out.